Go and throttle up.
Hello. Okay. We ready for more star raking? How's everybody doing? Good, good. Everybody have a good weekend? I hope so.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, it's Mick. 33-month resub. I think we're ready to eject. No star raking until you tell me what the music was. Maybe this will jog your memory. What would you say you do here? It was Half-Life. Yeah, man.
Discovery, go and
How
throttle
did
up.
you not get that? Man to man, what's up, dude? 42-month resub. So much memories. Right? Right? My guy, see? Like the photos? I did. That's cool, man.
Discovery,
I did.
go and throttle up.
I did. JPL shirt? What's the occasion? This shirt was clean. That's the occasion. Your boy did some laundry over the weekend. Did some adulting. Etimas prosabahorsi. Last night you saw the Tiangong space station pass overhead, then saw a very fast shooting star. Word. Dang it, I had the music off for when that... No? Not ringing any bells, huh? hurt. That's why I showed it, because no one was hurt. Now it's some extra aluminum. MiG-23 kind of looks like an F-111. Kind of looks like one, but yeah. That kind of sucks. The MiG-23 was based off of the F-111 and the F-4. Yeah, I see it. It's got F-4 intakes on it. Yeah, it's like they grafted the front of an F-4 onto an F-111. What the hell? I never really noticed that. Those are F-4 intakes. You stole our F-4 intakes, man! How much do they cost? If you have to ask, you probably can't afford it. But yeah, that one went down. It went down at the Willow Run Air Show. Huh. Always imitated, never duplicated. My guy. That's right. I bet you can't get through it without a headbang. Alright, here, Tessa, let me listen to it. This is really good, but, you know, I always listen to my music with the sound off, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Yeah, that got used. Yeah, it probably does, of course. Of course, of course. Anyway, that nose cone has a dome, maybe a Pathfinder for the crew starship. What's this about? But yeah, the MiG, yeah, we got to figure out what's wrong with it. But yeah, figure out why that thing crashed. What do we got here? Huh. It's a mock-up Aqualux, I'm pretty sure. Any idea when they're going to try to fly this thing? Josh, probably sometime in September. HLS doesn't have a header tank, Hellfish. It doesn't need one because it's a lander for the moon, not for here. So yeah, it's pressurized volume all the way up to the front of the nose cone. But it's interesting. It's interesting that they have a bulkhead right there. You see that? They have a bulkhead there, indicating that the nose cone area will be a pressure vessel and the payload bay area is going to be unpressurized. I mean, that's just a mock-up, so you're not going to be able to tell much from it. But didn't they already blow up one? They did, Robin. Happy birthday, by the way. Yep. Could Starship retrieve Hubble? Maybe. They're planning any contingencies for the crew compartment. Guys, I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't tell you just by looking at this. I have no idea. This is very clearly an old Starship nose cone that they decided to mock up HLS inside, if that's what's going on. But yeah, this bulkhead down here is kind of a giveaway that it's definitely not a regular Starship. Hey, SpaceX, what's up? How are you this morning? I'm fine. Fine. Nice, Animal. There we go. Are we getting excited for the upcoming throw ball season? It ain't football season until September, as I said. But, yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, I took a picture of that yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, and you sent me HLS nose cone confirmed, and then you never sent me anything after that, S. I'd assume that this is what you're talking about, but, yeah, I wouldn't know. Lenko Lirio already has a MiG-23 video out. Oh, yeah, okay. Cool. You didn't send me the picture, guy. Do you have a Starship model? No. No, I don't. Dude, straight up, yeah. Yeah, man. Everything's for sale. That's pretty awesome. Hey, Vin, what's going on? So I was messing around with stationers the other day. Pythos, you messed around with stationers the other day, and I purposely pressurized pollutants until it started to condense at around 3.5 megapascals at 40 C. It cooled that stuff right down. Oh. Interesting. How was your weekend? Your sucked no AC. It got up to 96F in your condo. Oh. Oof. That's, that sounds awful. That sounds terrible. Alright, so, we getting ready for Star Raker? Let's do it. Man, I got too much sleep. I need a coffee. Would love to send you some. Would love to send you one. Such a great model. Well, Yum Food, I have a P.O. box, dude. You're more than welcome to. I get all kinds of cool stuff in that P.O. box. Oh. Which one of you crazy melon farmers sent me this video? About Joule Thompson cycles. This guy. This video. This guy's freaking doing cryogenics, which is, yeah. Is it listed on Twitch? It's on my Discord, Yum Food. Yeah. Hyperspace Pirate. This guy's filling up beach balls with methane, and dude, he's basically playing Stationeers in real life, which is kind of nuts. All right, Synergy. Why are you doing this? It'd be really cool if the mouse moved where I needed it to move because I moved the mouse. That would be nice. Thank you. All right, cool, sweet. Yeah, no, this is wild stuff, dude. This is cool. Kind of like low-key want to do that. I'm like, oh man, that's cool. Maybe not the methane part. That would probably be a bad idea. So I was like, that isn't a good idea. No, the guy has plenty of warnings. Plenty of warnings. But yeah, that's cool. Good video. Would it work with nitrogen? Much safer. Of course it would. Not as efficient though. Yeah, you went into that in the whole video, Lump. It's actually pretty cool. Entertainment only. Yep. Yeah, this guy's doing cryogenics in his freaking garage. It's really cool, actually. Oh, boy. Pretty cool stuff. All right, Kerbal seems to be loaded up. Let's roll. All right. Music. Lowrider. Lowrider, Donnie. When will Star Raker launch? Well, it'll launch when it's ready. Can't launch a plane with no wings. Oh, Yum Food, don't worry about it. Here, exclamation point Discord. There you go. I beat you. The link for it is right there, and it should be posted in the Discord. No problem, Yum Food. Thank you. I heard they bullied you into a no-wings launch attempt. It was at the end of the stream. Are the creative juices flowing today? Let me finish my coffee and I'll let you know. I'm still not sure how we're gonna do the wing leading edges, dude, if that's what you're asking. I'm not 100% on that. Does look good though. Yeah, something like that, Clayton, yeah. MiG-23 farts are for sale. See what I mean about needing more coffee? Kuro, 56 months. MiG-23 parts are for sale on eBay. See what I mean? Farts are for sale on eBay. Am I pregnant? Oh, I tell you, quality propane is really the way to go. Forget tired. I was worried you haven't stronk it. No stronking the Bondulins allowed in chat. Yeah, Curtis, it'll happen. I gotta figure out the leading edge. I don't want to use fairings, but we might have to, and that's gonna screw us on drag. Like badly. Here, let's go up to the front. This thing gonna go to the moon. It's gonna go big, Robin, when it goes. Yeah, let's
Discovery, go and throttle up.
101 from Buck. No Dalmatians, just subs. Yes. Discord doesn't like my 140 megapixel photo. Yeah, that's weird. That's strange. Can't imagine why. All right, so if you're wondering what this is Rockwell's Star Raker. Star Raker was a concept that was proposed in the 70s for building. You know what? I'll just show you pictures. It's easier that way. The recipe guide, that's for another day. That also is for another day. That's from, dude. I'm telling you, That's right. I have a feeling. So Star Raker is basically a heavy SSDO that flies into space using what amounts to basically 10 SR-71 engines and 3 Space Shuttle main engines in the back. It basically would have been a C-5 Galaxy that flies up into space. There's a picture of the engine. It's absolutely nuts. Absolutely insane design. Is that... Kang, is that Korean? That's Korean, right? Nice. Cool. Right on, man. Annyeong. Annyeong haseyo. I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm probably saying it bad. But there was an attempt. Perfect? Alright. Yeah. Yeah! Nice. I have to translate, though, dude. I can't read Korean. Alright. Yeah. Alright. That's... Yeah. Alright. Cool. That wasn't too bad. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. So, Star Raker was basically this heavy SSTO that flies all the way up to, like, geostationary and builds gigantic solar panels. They wanted to build super big solar panel arrays with it. And I'm telling you, this thing is absolutely insane. It's just insane enough to be a Kerbal project. So that's why I thought, I was like, all right, you know, like, let's make it a Kerbal project. Why not? Did Star Raker ever fly? No, Robin. They never got past the design phase on this. All we have is basically this PDF, a bunch of renders, and that's about it. There was preliminary analysis done. Like, they had diagrams for the engine. They did do some analysis. They did... Oh, Rockwell did do some, and this one says proprietary information all over it. But there was some math done out and some cross-sections. So there were some blueprints made for this thing. And even analysis on the engines, which is pretty nuts. The reason why I say the analysis is pretty big, because... why the analysis is pretty big news is because this meant that they used some company time working into this. So that means that they were... This usually shows a high degree of seriousness. Like, they were going to do this or they were at least going to attempt to do it if there was a... if the money was there, but it never ended up being there. I will also say that this thing is... this project is pretty nuts. Yeah, the Star Raker is... I mean, this is by the same company, Rockwell, that made the Space Shuttle. And the Space Shuttle is not exactly the simplest vehicle around. This thing would have dwarfed the shuttle in complexity. It is way more complicated. Sneaky! What's up, dude? I saw the thumbnail and was intrigued. Although I don't understand English that well, this is an amazing scene by Google Translator. Right on, man. Here, Kang, hold on. $7.47. But also, here, hold on. Let me translate. I'll use the translator too.
이 비행기는 미쳤어.
So, we make it in Kerbal. we'll make it in KSP. There you go. So the reason why the wing is so big is because it has fuel in it. I see. Cuckoo. So The reason why the wings, Rizik, are the way that they are is because the wings... Okay, so the wings are Venture Star. They're Venture Star wings. I'm serious. This is Venture Star 30 years before Venture Star, which is kind of insane. They were going to make the entire wing shape would have been built into a bilobe tank. So, like, exactly like Venture Star. Here, check this out. The entire wings were going to be basically linear bilobe tanks. It was going to be that shape, just over and over and over and over and over again, in the shape of a delta wing. It's all right. Never heard of Venture Star? Oh, good. You don't want to hear about it, Robin. You'll get upset. You'll get upset when they realize that Venture Star was an SSTO concept that Lockheed was working through in the late 90s, and they got it like 93% of the way there to a functioning prototype, and then the project was canceled in favor of using the shuttle more. I told you. You don't. This isn't even me trying to like bait you into this conversation. You will get annoyed. How much fuel would it be able to carry compared to a 747? Kuro, enough fuel. It has the fuel has enough energy to fly all the way up into space. It's, yeah, crazy. So we're gonna try to build this. Like, see how I have the fuel tanks in here and they're kind of concentrically clipping into each other with the wing skin over the top? That's what they wanted to do. That's what they were going to try to do, which is, that's a tall order. Pics in Discord. Pictures in Discord. Huh. I mean, can we show these? Spoonmaster? You ordered the Spoonmaster. Maybe you explained already, but can you elaborate why that fuel tank shape? It's the only way to get enough fuel in there, man. The hydrogen. Hydrogen is stored at an extremely low density, so you need gigantic freaking fuel tanks for it. That's one of the downsides of using hydrogen as a propellant. Its efficiency is very alluring, right? But you're running into big problems. Like, okay, for instance, look at the space shuttle's main tank. The space shuttle main tank, or the space shuttle external tank, excuse me. There's the same amount of liquid oxygen in, more or less. I know fuel ratios differ with hydrogen, right? There's more or less the same amount of oxidizer and hydrogen inside of that external tank to make the engines work, right? It's a little different because sometimes you need more. With this fuel-rich stage combustion, you're going to need a little bit more hydrogen than oxygen. But see how big the hydrogen tank is versus the oxygen tank? Crazy. But that also has to do with fuel density. You have to store hydrogen at a low density. You can store liquid oxygen at a much higher density. If you try to take hydrogen and store it at a similar density to oxygen, it's like squeezing a sponge. The hydrogen will go through. It will go through the metal. It'll just permeate right through like a sponge. Yeah, they ran into some of those residual pressurization problems with the first SLS tests. Yeah, crazy, right? Star Raker bigger than the space shuttle? Well, yeah, Clayton, here, check this out, man. So, that's a shot of Star Raker right there, and that's a 747. The reason why this is interesting is because that's an AA 747-100. It's an American Airlines 747, and it's a -1 because of the hump and the 3 windows. See the 3 windows on the top? That's how you can tell early 747s. Now here, check this out. 747 SCA. The shuttle carrier aircraft that was used to move the space shuttles around, that 747 is a 747-100. In fact, NASA bought that -100 from American Airlines in the late 70s to do approach and landing tests and ferrying the shuttle around. You could still see that, you could see the American logo right there. So that's the shuttle. compared to a 747-100. And that's Star Raker compared to a 74-100. Star Raker is huge. It's basically the space shuttle with the external tank shoehorned into the back and into the wings with SR-71 engines on it. It's absolutely nuts. It's big. It's about as big as a C5, maybe, probably bigger. Yeah, it's a nutso freaking design, dude. It's the perfect thing for Kerbal, though, so that's why I'm building it in here. Project name, Tiny. So right now I'm having trouble just getting the wing leading edges figured out. That's a big kind of hump here. Yeah, SDX, they did aerospike research with the SR-71. Yep. So would that have been the space shuttle if it was to fly? The idea, Clayton, was to build solar panels in space and beam the solar panel energy down via microwaves. You can do that. You can beam energy through microwaves. So, I know that sounds kind of weird, right? But you can beam energy through microwaves. Your microwave does that by heating up food. It heats up food from agitating water, but that's another story. Yeah, they were going to... But they needed something gigantic. If you're going to build a solar panel array that works like a nuclear power plant or an oil power plant or whatever, right? It's going to need to be a big solar panel. And you're going to have a huge microwave transmitter. So Star Raker was going to need... They would have needed something big and nuts to try and fly up into space all the time, right? So... Would anyone have any reason to resurrect this project in the future, given the advances in rocket engines? Who knows? But yeah, they needed a plane that could fly a lot, and they needed something big to be able to move all these parts up into space. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at here. I gotta work on building out control systems and wing leading edges and stuff. But I think I was onto something with stacking the delta there. But we'll see. We'll see. We're definitely making progress. If you're not familiar with this project, I've been using these triangle wings to make the wing shape. I call this panel tessellation or wing tessellation build methods, and where I have perfectly flat ones is where you don't need any concave shape. But see, we have a concave shape in the back of the wing there because that's what the real one would have had. 1,100 per year, Aqualux, yeah. In space, you would get 100% of solar energy. Hey, cats. How you doing? I don't know if you saw, but yes, you could show the pictures. Yes. Yes. My man. Let's see. Oh, hello. Laughing pipes. They say you can hear singing pipes. Ooh, GSE. I like GSE. Ground servicing equipment. Well, these are nice. Furred. I like this picture. Couldn't tell you why. I'm really a fan of this. The way these are processed, S makes it look like somebody's render of Super Heavy, which I thought was funny. They look like someone's 3D model that they'd post on the internet. But it ain't no 3D model. Wow, that 3D model looks really good. We've seen it, T-Man, yeah. What the Jack doing? Hey, all right. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up, dude? Cool. Truck. Truck. We got some COPVs over there. Airport? Or no, container. Container semi. I wonder what that thing's doing out there. Ismic, I'm thinking probably September. It's a nice truck. The rust, that ain't rust. It's patina, okay? It's just, so it's got a couple of speed holes in the rockers, whatever. It's just weight reduction, okay? It's old. Give it a break. Can't afford it. Shut up. Plen. Jack in Plen. Plen. These are great, man. Very good. Is that truck a damage test model? No. Whose picks are these? This is S-Master. Cat. Sweet. America. S to your photos. Yeah. HLS Notes Cone is up near the top. I saw some pictures of it already. I'm not sure if they were yours, though. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Note the pressurized bulkhead there, guys. Interesting. Pipes. It also has an air conditioner. Yeah, I can see that. Are those, is that AC or are those heat pumps? I can't tell. Look at that monster. See if you can get some of those pipes, boss. They might be handy for running lines in your cars. My cars have all the air conditioning lines in them already. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Cool. Cool. That's pretty neat. All right. Great photos, S. Thank you. All right. I gotta get the build. Gotta get the build juice. Let's do this. Here, let's do this. It's a mock-up animal, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they're using that HLS mock-up for interiors because they're obviously not going to use it for exterior because there's tiles. I thought we were going to use flags for the leading edges, boss. Well, Tessa, we worked with it a little bit, and we did do some aerodynamic research. Oh, you were there for that. Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to think how we're going to bridge the whole shape together, though. That's all. I like what I did with this strake right here. I'm pretty happy with that one, but... because that'll give us basically a straight shot. But how do we make the rest of this? What do we make it out of? So are they using the VAB to build Starship? No, Robin, it's in Texas. That's at the very southern tip of Texas. It's not near the VAB. The VAB is in Florida. Yeah, getting that shape's gonna be a little bit difficult. Yeah, Tessa, I'm thinking maybe we should design the bottom wings, but I'm not sure. Just wing it. Right, right. Yeah, it's once you get out past the strake, the wing gets really, really tiny. Star Chungus. We might need a leading edge to do that, Hellfish, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yours are far too thick at the roots, I think. They're not. They're not. It should. I don't know. Star Chungus. I mean, this suggests otherwise, dude. I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying, Tessa, but we got a little bit of a problem here. The problem is that if I make the wings any thinner, we don't have the fuel to get into space, and that kind of makes this a little bit worthless, doesn't it? I mean, another strategy we could do is try to make the wings first, and then try to figure out what tanks fit in it. I mean, it might not be the worst idea. We did something like this. Why don't we build the bottom wing and go from there? Yeah, if we build the bottom wing and go from there, if we build out the wing and it's not big enough to fit all the fuel tanks in it, well, we got ourselves a right fine pickle, don't we? Right fine pickle. I mean, with that being said, I can do it. Let's see where it takes us. I mean, Mark II tanks as the leading edges. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, cylinder. Yeah. Metal order arrives today. Chassis construction can begin. Cool. I thought it would bridge that, Tessa. I thought we could bridge it. We almost kind of can. That's actually... I need to see how this flies, to be honest with you. So I was thinking maybe we could use this, the test article again. Come on. But Tessa, like, how we're gonna have to do this is, I don't know. Yeah, I just need to see how these things work when they're flying basically sideways.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. All right. We got to do some flight testing. Victory, 65 months. Sevi, how you doing? Don't forget to put the fronts and the backs on them. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, we'll see. The SSDO is coming along, yeah. Tessa, I want to go no nose cones. Or, you know what? If we're going to do this, those should work. Kerbal should understand that. Thick wings. Yeah, let's fly it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, my wings got a little bit heavier there. Alright. Sound check. Yep. There we go. Alright, send it. Yeah, I see that, S, but I'm wondering if the drag is because of the... Is it because of the nose cones, or is it because it's sideways? Let's bring her back around and land. Alright. Yeah, don't use the thrust reverser. That probably isn't a good idea. Alright, I got a better idea for how we're going to do this. Okay, so give me the biggest servo that we have, like this. Right. And then we're going to run a couple of internal struts here to the fuel tanks. It went to the inside. That's okay. That's fine. Just need something that's going to be strong. If you guys are familiar with the NASA AD-1, we're going to basically do that. The AD-1 is a little bit of a humdinger of an airplane. Also, I noticed that we tipped the tail of the rocket engine. So, for our propulsion test article, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the rear gears to a bigger landing gear, so we can actually, you know, land the thing. Doesn't look nearly as cool. Hey, 8-Bit, what's going on? Alright, so get rid of this. Get rid of that. this now. So let's do with this the way that it is. We're going to do a trial test here, okay? The trial test is basically just going to rotate this wing around the way it is, no nose cones, and we'll see what it does. Maybe go for a teardrop shape. Yeah, Jens, Kerbal's arrow, you're right. You're absolutely right. An aerofoil shape would be better. But Kerbal's aerodynamics is not fluid dynamic simulation. So it's not so much where the part is placed or how it's placed, but what it's attached to kind of really makes a big deal. So what I want to do for this, basically call this our control test, okay? What I want to do with this test is kind of just get lift values here versus drag and see how this thing kind of flies. What we're trying to see here is how well we can use a Mark II fuselage as a wing leading edge on a much bigger plane. Oh my god. That's probably not what we want. But also, man, this thing is strong. Sweet. Alright, that wasn't a good idea at all. What game is this? Usually Twitch will tell you what game it is, Silent. But this is Kerbal Space Program. It is full of fuel. I'm not sure why that would have affected that way, but that's weird. Okay, this test article might not be the best one to do this with. GLH is probably not a good idea. I have something else in the arsenal that we can use. Nailed it. Okay. Let's use this. So let's use Mark II liquid. We'll attach it on on radial symmetry, right? Okay. Yeah, Tessa, you're on the same page. I mean, keep in mind, we're going to get the hydraulic, or the servo is going to get a little messed up here. It's going to bend for sure, and that's probably what screwed us a second ago. But with this plane, we don't have to worry about it flipping over like that. Thank you, Tessa. Alright. Now keep in mind the one below it is pitched, so let's try that. What the heck? Oh, I know what I was testing. It's all good. I actually would like to redo the XB70. Maybe we'll do it for a Wings Wednesday build in Kerbal 2. We wouldn't be able to make the compression lift wings though, but all right, let's get up to a certain altitude and then we'll. Yeah, I mean, we can't make the compression lift wings though. I'm kind of bumming about that. I don't want to make a plane where. Look, if you're gonna make an XB70, the wings need to compress. I'm sorry, you need to be able to make the S-foil X-wing thing do its thing. You know, we'll pick another plane. The Bendy tech, the hierarchy doesn't understand the Kraken tech in KSP2. Not yet, at least. But on the 22nd, we should be getting a pretty hefty patch for it. So we should get back into it. You just make the moving parts out of flags, so no lift. "22nd, we're getting a big patch for it, Shaw. Yeah, most of the game-breaking bugs they've tackled. Alright, so here's what we're going to try now. Check this out. So, Tessa, it ain't no secret that this thing with no nodes on it is making insane amounts of drag, right? Obviously. Let's set the traverse rate on that servo. Now what I want to see is if we move this to 90 degrees, what does it do? Re-entry is not in the game just yet. Street BMX. They had to mess with the they had to redo how re-entry heating works to satisfy some use cases for like base building and stuff. They're basically redoing the thermodynamics in the game completely. So yeah, no re-entry in it just yet, but that's coming sooner rather than later. If you follow the KSP developers dev blogs, or you just follow the stream, I read every devlog that they make. So when it's straight on, Tessa, with the nodes open, 28.79, right? Straight on with the nodes open, right? So this is nothing attached to the front and back of the tank, radial attachment on the servo. 28.79 at 23.95, 181, right? But if I switch this back to 90, we get it perpendicular. Look, the drag goes down. The drag goes down. That's very strange. Yeah, so the Mark IIs are directional. That's very important. And actually, this kind of favors using them as a wing leading edge. They make less drag when they're sideways. But is that due to the attachment node? Is it due to the attachment node, or is it due to is it due to the open attachment nodes, or because we're learning something new about how Mark IIs fly? So let's set that to 45 and see what happens. $30.68.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
If only this plane had closed Mark IIs to compare it to. Oh wait. Open no drag here's it. What do you think? What do you think this is? Yeah, void rate for sure. What do you think this is? Just out of sheer curiosity. Big quick question, is there max Q in KSP? Is it something that you need to worry about? Kerbal parts tend to be very strong. So, not really, Rain. You want to, with Kerbal it's a little bit of, you can gain a little bit extra efficiency, right? Yeah, with Kerbal you gain a little extra efficiency if you throttle back at max Q. In real life, if you try to push through max Q, your rocket will accordion. I don't think I need to tell you why putting like basically what's akin to a propane tank in a vise. Yeah, probably shouldn't do that. All right, let's bring her home. Trying to figure out why I have tumbling rockets that just flip over when you start grav turning. If you increase dynamic pressure too fast, yeah, of course. But you got to remember, dynamic pressure with rockets is about compression load. It's about compression load in real life. In Kerbal, Rain, because the parts are stronger, your rocket isn't going to break apart. It'll flip. You're moving your center of pressure too high. That's an important thing to understand. Slow down. You're going way too fast. In fact, this is why I will not fly in Kerbal 1 without the UI open. On top of telling you rates, right? You have pressures, LID, all the important information. Slow down. You shouldn't go. You should be going supersonic, probably somewhere around 10 kilometers. If you're going faster than that, if you're going faster than like 350 meters a second below 10 kilometers, well, I hope your rocket's aerodynamic. Probably just need more solid rocket boosters. More boosters, more struts, yep. Alright, I saw what I needed to see. It's very interesting though that this thing is, if you put it to 90, right? So at 33, right? It's 14. So we seem to have, and then it goes, that's very weird. We should have KRPC data loggers. We should have data loggers with KRPC. I generally shoot for no more than 12,000 on the dynamic pressure. Yeah, exactly, Rocket. Like I said, I have this right from Rain. I have this right from one of the developers that worked on KSP's Aero towards the end of KSP 1. My buddy Maximal. Max is a nerd in every sense of the term, and I mean that in a very endearing way. Like, that guy's way smarter than me. Like, so Max did the Aero, and he was telling me that Kerbal parts are way stronger than they are in their real life counterparts. They're way stronger, but parts in Kerbal, to make up for the fact that Kerbin is way smaller, And we have a little bit of a soupy atmosphere because Kerbal's way smaller. You're trying to cram Earth's atmospheric density in a planet 1/10 the size. So that's why we tend to get a soupy atmosphere in Kerbal. He's telling me that the skin drag on parts is what makes a lot of... that's where they make up for it with skin drag. That's what these numbers... That's what YP and YN, if I'm remembering right, or YN and ZP right there. This is telling you what the drag cube is doing. And Kerbal does take into account air passing over the part. It's just a very primitive way of doing it comparatively to like real life, right? With like you'd have a pitot sensor on an aircraft, right? So parts in Kerbal tend to make a lot of skin drag, but inline occlusion doesn't make as much drag. So the aero is a little funky, but parts in Kerbal tend to be way stronger, and that's right from Max. Max, once again, Maximum worked on, dude, he did amazing work with the back end of KSP. Really what him, Repo, and the dev team that they had towards the end of KSP 1 development, and a lot of them went to work on KSP 2, which is good. Those guys really put Kerbal 1 to that next level where you can really get into advanced testing, which is sweet. Yeah, Rain, by the end of Kerbal's development,
Discovery,
most of the
throttle.
folks on the dev team were there because they wanted to be there. Like, because they were all Kerbal nutcases. And I mean that in the most endearing way. And I'm not to say that KSP 2's dev team isn't the same way. In fact, a lot of KSP 1 devs found their way onto the KSP 2 dev teams. And like Nirtea, Chris, he's... that guy was a KSP 1 modder. And he was a KSP 1 modder that just found his way onto the KSP 2 dev team, which is pretty cool. Hey, Battle, 1 year. Thank you. All right. Let's bring the XB70 home. But you know what? Let's Hey Dragon, what's up? Not before we send it. Just gonna send it. I don't know if the XB70 would have liked doing this at this altitude. Probably not. It probably would have destroyed itself if they had tried it, but... Let's get some readings up here. So we were at 52 at 90. Try the part backwards. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, see, Tessa, that's what I'm worried about. But I'm fairly confident that this is due to the open attachment nodes, but we gotta be sure. $215. $215 versus 54 on the side, so the drag cube really likes the side of the wing. Interesting. This is what I mean about Kerbal Aero. There's no fluid dynamic simulation, but it does understand that that part being sideways is going to be a little more aerodynamic than a flat edge on the front, which is cool. I think that's really neat. All right. Alright, I saw what I wanted to see. Reset to build angle. Let's bring this thing back. So is it linear, Rocket Guy? I found that it was not linear. No. Initial turn here, basically exposing the front of the front of that tank, and then the side edge, which is also more or less flat, did increase. So from a 0 to 90 degree turn, your drag goes up, and then it kind of goes up for a second, and then it goes down. Yeah, we did learn that. But once again, we're doing control tests here. I'm doing control tests basically with open attachment nodes just to see what would happen. We should do a detail pass on this XB70. I made this thing real quick. I bet you we could make it nicer. Maybe not by much, but, you know, like, I could improve the canard up there. We could make the fuselage look more like the real one by using circle fuselages instead of Mark II with fairings and stuff. You 3D printed a Staccato 2011. Okay. Cool, man. Alright, let's bring her in for a landing. The XB70 has canards, Rain, so I'm okay with it for this. Alright, bringing her in. And also, XB70. Amazing, amazing test bed here. I should go find my SR-71 model that we made. Who knows where that thing ended up. I'm coming in too fast on this approach, but we'll do what you shouldn't do and force the landing. Yeah, see, I have all this extra speed that I'm trying to bleed off. This would have been a toga for sure. But we'll just bring her down. The wings are so ridiculous in this game, dude. See how long? So are the brakes. But anyway, alright, good test. Let's bring her back in. And so let's see if the results are different this time around. And yeah, this would be a really good time for a data logger in KSP. But all right, so I added the Mark II adapters here, and I'm just gonna take the fuel out. Actually, we should probably take the fuel out of that too. I wonder if the mass of the part makes a difference. I'm just gonna shut my eyes a bit, boss. Got up at 9 a.m. today. Normally not up till like 2 p.m. Speak up if you need me to pay attention. No problem, Tessa. Yo, hey Joe. We had an idea because the flag as a leading edge is a good idea, but we're kind of toying with the idea of using Mark IIs, Mark II fuselages as our wing leading edge. For the straight reason that it'd be easier to blend the tessellated wings this way on Star Raker. But what I'm doing is I have a test article here on we're using the XB70, and I'm kind of turning it to see. I'm kind of turning that thing around while we're flying to see how this kind of fares here. So yeah, I made a little test bed on the back of the XB70 just to see. So we tested a blank fuselage. We tested a blank Mark II. So I just got done testing this, right? And what we found is that, as expected, this makes an insane amount of drag. But it didn't actually make a lot when we rotated it this way. When we rotated it like that, it didn't make nearly as much, which is very interesting. That's Kerbel's drag cube. Basically, it's doing an independent aerodynamic analysis on every part. But we're going to add some nose cone adapters to this to see if we can... Hey, Ensign, Tier 279, what's up, dude? We're going to add some nose cone adapters to see if we can get this piece to be more aerodynamic. And it did... Guys, it did end up kind of looking like a... it does kind of end up looking like an XB70 AWACS, which is funny. Also, if I was going to redo the XB70, we wouldn't want whiplashes back here. The XB70 didn't have that. It had just Panther engines. Basically a bypass afterburning turbofan. But I don't want to screw up our test article here, so let's just kind of roll with it. I'm also, once again, I'm pretty curious to see... I want to see if fuel makes a difference. I wonder if the mass of the part messes with the aerodynamics. I mean, I don't think it should. We'll see. Did I just... Oh, lazy. Lazy, EJ. Just nose cones. We have pretend intakes, and then we have spiked intakes back there. Oh, lazy. I could make this way better. How about drop the gimbal into the fuselage to eliminate it from the equation? Fred, Kerbal won't understand if this is down here versus right there, if it's actually being occluded by anything. So, like, putting it in the fuselage is not going to make a difference aerodynamically. I do know that, just because, once again, Kerbal isn't fluid dynamic. It won't understand that this hinge, if I take the servo and I drop it down into here, it's not going to understand the difference. It's not that advanced of a simulation. It's kind of just every part flying into the wind, so to speak, gets its own aerodynamic calculation, and then they combined all that together to make one craft, if that makes any sense. So, like, Kerbal doesn't understand that there's no airflow going here. That's why I have intakes sitting here behind other intakes, and the plane still works. It doesn't understand that there should be no air in here, and it won't understand that unless I tell it. Unless I say that area is occluded with, like, a payload bay or a fairing or whatever. So we're kind of working with not necessarily real aerodynamics, but here's the thing. If I'm trying to get a real life concept to work in KSP, If I'm trying to get a real life concept working in KSP, I have to A, figure out how it works in real life, and then B, try to translate it, B, figure out how Kerbal's aerodynamics work, and then C, try to translate it into KSP, which does get a little bit difficult. That's why I'm messing with wing leading edges here. Alright, so let's launch with this and we'll see what it does. Yeah, but Fred, if this was real life, yeah, that servo, I'd put that servo down in the fuselage and have like a connecting rod to twist the whole thing. Or we'd have some type of fairing for it because, yeah, the servo might throw off our aerodynamics in real life just a little bit. Oh yeah, thrust limiters. I don't know why. We were doing propulsion testing, so with this, I gotta make sure we go back into the craft file and change that. Alright, send it again. Alright, there's our control. This is our test. And bring up the servo. Positive rate. Need the tilting nose. What? XB70s didn't have a droop snoot, Doom. It's easy to get off the ground when you have 6 J58s out back right here. I mean, guys, this is based off of a real aircraft. This is an XB70, which was made, believe it or not, by the same company that made that proposed Star Raker. North American is the company that proposed the XB70, and they merged and made Rockwell International in the late 60s, early 70s, and then they got the contract for the space shuttle. So North American is the company that made the shuttle, and they proposed Star Raker and the XB70. The XB70 was a ridiculous piece of kit, if I do say so myself. Did they actually make it? Oh, the XB70 got made. Yes, absolutely. It was a real plane. It still is a real plane. They only made 2 prototypes, though, before the project got canceled. The XB70 was crazy. In a good way, though. This thing was really designed to... It's designed to go extremely fast at extremely high altitude. The XB70, guys, from the testing that they did, it can go just as fast as an SR-71. Yeah, crazy. Yes, an SR-71. And you know what the nutso part of that is? It does that with just regular propulsion. It doesn't have turbo ramjets. It just has regular jet engines with a very, very fancy smanchy intake on the front. I mean, you could make the same argument for the J58s too. But, yeah. How many computers were needed to control the canards? I don't think there were computers around on this. I don't think fly-by-wire had been figured out yet. Now, Cosmo, and this is I always like showing this picture. It's a very interesting picture, because the XB70 looks like a modern bomber. You know, if somebody rolled out with this today, like the SR-71, you'd be like, oh, sweet. Look at that. Look at one of the service trucks. That's a 1948 F1. Or F100, I should say. Actually, no, that's not a 48. It could be 53. That's a 53. Look at some of these vehicles that are around the XB70. This thing comes from a different era, man. It's crazy. Like, that truck doesn't belong with this plane. But the thing about the XB70 and what made it be able to go so fast is that it took advantage of something called compression lift. Okay? So if you notice, there's 2 stripes going down each part of the wing. See that? There's stripes. The wings actually do something like an X-Wing from Star Wars. They actually go down, right? I mean, there's not another set that goes up, but they go down. And they actually fold down into the lowered position. So when the plane is flying really, really fast, it has the wings down. Let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah, see? Right there. Now, what this did was take advantage of a phenomenon called compression lift. There's a reason why the XB-70's fuselage goes up and above the intake. See the intake right there? The intake had a very special piece of kit on it, and it basically split the shock wave right here, because at higher speeds, everything kind of leaves an aerodynamic wake. It's called an aerodynamic shock. I think bow shock, I think, is the right term. It's Monday, so. The bow shock of this would create a wake, and that at a certain speed, right, the wake would get channeled underneath the wings and cause high pressure underneath the wing. The idea here is that you have a wing, a wing at high altitude that it's lifting 3 times what it should be lifting because you're using the shock to go inside here and make high compression under the wing at really high altitude. That made it so the XB-70 was not relying as much on its engines to stay up at high altitude as it was the wings. You'd need a wing to fly if you were trying to move a plane this big up at like 70,000 feet, you'd need a wing like 3 or 4 times the size of this. But the compression, the bow shock wake right here basically would get compressed underneath the fold down wings, and they would generate insane lift at high altitude. And then, after that, you have 6 engines out back. 6 engines of rock and roll to be able to really push this thing. They only made 2 XB-70s, but look at these numbers. Look at the numbers from this. They never tested it to its full potential, but the fastest speed achieved was 2,000 miles an hour, Mach 3, at 74,000 feet. That's SR-71 territory. Sustained Mach 3 for 32 minutes. This is as fast as the SR-71. The acknowledged speeds of the SR-71. However, that was as far as they got during testing. It could go further. They could go. That's only as far as they got. It can go faster. Which is, well, at least it was theorized that it could go faster. But Mach 3 at 70,000 feet is absurd. Now, unfortunately, the plane that did that had a little bit of a mishap with an F-104. And we lost the plane that went that fast. There was only 2 XB-70s built. The first one is in the Air Force Museum next to a YF-12, D-21, X-24B. There's actually a lot of really cool planes in here. X-29 is over there. X-15. What happened there? The F-104 is a tough plane to fly, Cosmo, at the end of that's the short story. The F-104 is basically a missile with a cockpit attached to the front. And, yeah, think about if you had, like, a missile and you were trying to land a missile on the runway. It sounds a little complicated. Well, there you go. Did the pilot survive? Not sure. There's also a nice keyhole satellite over there. And a Titan IV. There's a Titan IV over there on the right. See the nose cone? Pretty cool. But yeah, first of all, the XB-70 is gigantic. It's a big freaking plane. Second of all, I firmly believe that this thing could fly, in my armchair expert opinion here, I think the XB-70 probably could have flown at 100,000 feet going faster than Mach 3. I bet you it could get up there and do that. I mean, if it's hitting Mach 3 at 74,000 feet pretty much effortlessly, then I think it's a reasonable extrapolation to say it could go that far, but who knows. Yeah, okay, so with the cones on there, drag is very, very reduced. Now let's try turning this to 90 and see, or turning it to 45 and see what it does. When your wheel needs 5 lugs, but there's only packs of 4 or 20. Someday the X59 will be in that room too. Yeah, N9, hopefully it's not for the same reasons. Met the guy who's going to fly it when you were at Oshkosh. That's awesome, N9. Yeah. You know, like what's kind of annoying that the compression lift tech was never really followed on, dude. Compression lift technology. Can you imagine if you took something like this and you took a J58, you took the turbo ramjets from the SR71, you made something, dude. We're talking good enough to make SSTO, like with some kind of rocket engine in the mix, like. We're talking something good enough to be able to get to first stage staging speeds, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. I mean, that is an absurd. Compression lift is absurd. Like, I mean, can you imagine strato launching something off of a compression lift bomber, or a compression lift air vehicle? Strato launching, not a bad idea. Something that can go Mach 3, Mach 4. Up at 100,000 feet, that's, I mean, it's not where like a Falcon 9 first stage can go, but it's certainly better than what we have now. Do the wings fold on the model that you made? Curtis, come on now. Come on now. Of course they do. Don't do me like that, man. yeah, they do, dude. But unfortunately, Kerbal Aerodynamics doesn't understand that compression lift. It really doesn't get it. So, yeah. You need fluid dynamic simulation for it to do something like that, but it's okay. I should give this thing a pass if we're going to use it for more high altitude research and stuff, but it's okay. A detail pass. Yeah, Bird of Prey, dude. It did that. It did that in real life. It could freaking fold the wings. All right, let's go 180 and see what it does. I mean, it really is a cool looking plane. Instead of going fast, we went stealth. Yeah. And 9, we were watching the traffic in and out of Oshkosh. Actually, I never watched it on stream, but I had ADS-B up, and I was just watching the traffic in and out of Oshkosh. Dude, it was just fantastic to watch. And all the planes that showed up, the Guppers showed up, which is awesome. Super Guppy was there, the Dream Lifter was there. The Dream Lifter is one of my favorite planes, dude. I think that's such a... Dude, the that's like... It shows the versatility of a 747 and what it can actually do. It's an amazing airframe. Did the Lank show up? I don't think so. Yeah, Electric, like I said, we try to make them right. We do need pitch up moment to get this thing to fly correctly. It could be dialed in even more, but all right. Let's so at 180, so with the thing turned directly backwards, we're at 1.93, and the reason why it's going up is because we're accelerating. So let's reset it to build angle. Did you hear about the crash at Thunder over Michigan? The MiG-23. Shame. There's not a. We don't. There's not a. I'm gonna see another one of those around. .11. Flip it around again. We're looking for something in the ballpark of 2. It's about the same front to back. All right, let's set this to 45. I mean, Tessa, sideways like that, we're generating 2 times the drag as if it's straight on. Down 30 degrees. Yeah, I mean, the flags are going to be the ones that have the least aerodynamic perturbations. But this, yeah, it's definitely up there. Okay. All right. All right. I saw what I wanted to see. Let's bring her around for a landing here. What if the caps are rotated 90 degrees? I'm not sure what that's going to do, J-Speed, to be honest with you. I've never experimented with inline attached parts like this as a wing leading edge, which is why we need to test. Guys, what I'm doing is I'm testing out what I'd want for the wing leading edges for Star Raker. What we thought is that you could use the Mark II fuselages out on the front of the wing, and that can kind of bridge the shape. Doesn't look too bad. It shouldn't look too bad. I'm just kind of, I have this thing on a little rotating jig right here to see how the wing is, how these are going to work as wing leading edges. And I can rotate them to kind of see how it's going to work, like if I have a bunch of these Mark IIs attached in line, right? Like just see how it works at different angles and see what kind of drag it's making. It's not too bad, to be honest with you. Try rolling the tank so it's trapezoidal rather than I-shaped. I don't... Tessa, you keep saying that, and I don't understand what you're trying to say. Trapezoidal. I understand what a trapezoid is. I get it. What axis do you want me to rotate these in? Like, you say rotate it so it's trapezoidal, and that's what I'm seeing. Like, I don't understand what you want. Trapezoidberg. build hanger, roll it on the attachment node axis. Okay. I'm fairly confident that I know what that's going to do. No, Tessa wants to turn the wing 90 degrees on the long axis, so the black stripe is going up and down. And then try rotating it that way. Tessa, I think we know what that's going to do. Kilo Bravo 70.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kerbin Tower, this is Kilo Bravo. Kilo Bravo X-Ray 70. Romeo 6, requesting permission to land runway 9. So that the top and bottom of the tank is flat and the wing is curved, not the full 90. Like how you have it now in the bank. You want it 45 degrees like that? I don't want to do that. I don't think I need to do that, Tessa. I think I'd want the black stripe being the leading edge. Where was the internal base supposed to be on the XB70? Right there. Yeah, the intakes, Hellfish, the intake needs to be that hourglass shape, right? Like a carburetor. And it went around the bomb bay. Yeah. Cool, huh? Fun fact, a lot of XB70 research ended up wound up on another project. Yeah, another oldie but a goodie. Yeah, Rockwell made that too. Yeah, the B1B. Now, this didn't have the intake go around the bomb bays because you have externally mounted engines. But see, look. A lot of the background of the B1 and what it was supposed to do comes from the XB70, Star Raker, stuff like that. I'm telling you, man, Rockwell was the place to be in the 70s. X-ray 70, runway 27, wind slight variable, cleared to land. Kerbin Tower, this is Kilo Bravo X-ray 70. Copy, runway 27, winds light variable, cleared to land. What finally killed them? They merged with Boeing in 1993. That's correct, Tessa. The B-1B is designed to fly super low altitude, super fast, drop a nuke, and get out. The XB-70 is designed to do the opposite of that. High altitude, super fast. No SAM is going to catch you when you have that thing on board. When you have the compression lift going, no SAM is going to catch you. It's like the SR-71. You're not. There's no missile that can catch that thing. It'll run out of fuel before it does. Merging with Boeing does that. Now, Dragon, keep in mind, I don't think merging with Boeing is necessarily a bad thing. I think when Boeing merged with McDonnell Douglas took Boeing's name because McDonnell Douglas had a reputation for not making very nice aircraft, and they took Boeing's name in the merger, and Boeing died in 1997. There are supersonic missiles nowadays. Yeah, of course there is, Chief, but they're going to run out of fuel before you can get close to this thing. Cough, cough, F-15, cough, cough. When did you make this XB-70? I don't even remember. McDonnell Douglas and what later happened to Boeing, I think, is very indicative of when you have accountants running your company and not engineers. Because, guys, Boeing, to this day, I still think that the planes are very, very well made. But Boeing was the engineers' company for the longest time, like in terms of commercial aviation. They made the F4 pipe, those, yeah. I stalled. Man, good thing we have high TWR. Was many moons ago, indeed. Alright. Yeah, the suits, man. Indeed. You can't nickel and dime your way through aerospace. That's not really how it works, because at the end of the day, you're in a fight against physics, and physics is, physics doesn't care if you saved a penny. Fun fact. All right, cool. Boeing bent the knee to keep to Southwest to keep the 737 around when they should have just re-engineered the 757. Yeah, Pop Bear, I think the 757 is a really good design. You know what the crazy thing is, dude? Like, the 737, like, -9, the NGs, the Maxes, and Max argument notwithstanding, you know what the nutso thing is, dude? They ended up stretching the, like, here. They ended up stretching... They ended up stretching the 737's design out, so it's basically as long as the 707 is. The funny thing is that the 737 was supposed to be a small, compact version of a 707. That's the weird part. The 707 was supposed to be like the big plane, right? And then Boeing recognized the need for like a smaller regional version of a 7. You didn't need 4 engines, right? So they recognized the need for a smaller regional version of of the 707, and that's how they made the 727 and the 737, right? So they basically cut the 707 not into pieces. They didn't do it this way. They didn't cut a 707 into pieces, right? But it's derived from it. It's heavily derived from it. Right? Look, same exact thing if you look at the early versions. It was basically a shortened 707 with 2 engines instead of 4. But the funny thing is that if you look at all these variants, right, you take a look at like a -9, right? And a -8, they're basically 2-engine 707s. The fuselage basically over time found its way, right, as, engines got more efficient, etc., etc. It found its way back to being 707 size. So, like, the 737s that fly nowadays are more like a 707 with 2 engines than they are, in terms of shape, not design, shape, than the original 737 design. The original 737 is a little tiny boy. It's like no bigger than like an Embraer 190 or a CRJ 700. That's crazy, but Boeing knew when they built the 737 that they could just keep expanding the fuselage over time, and it's not that big of a deal because it's all based off of the 707. Tons of research there. So the current 737 is basically a 707 MAX. Yeah, nuts, right? Yeah. It's a 707 with 2 engines. That's what it is. Now, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of changes made from the 707 to the 737, right? Like, even the 737-100, there were a lot of changes made because a lot of people got to remember that the 727 was in between those, right? The 727 is a 707 with 3 engines in the back. It's the same fuselage, same basic fuselage design, though, if you look at the front and how the whole thing is set up, right? And I still say that 727s are a really cool, that's a really cool plane. Tri-jet. Nice idea. But, yeah. You're on the 777 and skip the 73. I never hear good things from the pilots I fly with. They always tell me to never touch it. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I think the Max left a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and it's kind of a shame because the Max is, you know, that's just one 737. The 737 has been in continual production since 1966. Millions of people have flown on 737s and gotten to their destination, and it's a shame that the Max kind of screwed that all up. It's a really good design, like a really good design. Sucks. It's a miserable small cockpit, Gary. Yeah. How does the air come out of the VS engine? From the exhaust. The next test that I wanted to do is put nose cones on the front of this and see what it does. So let's get the nose cones going on this, and we'll give her another test flight. That's what you get when you think about the rules. Yeah, I mean, Aqualux, I think it always comes back down to you can't nickel and dime physics. It's really funny to me when people think that you can do that. You can't nickel and dime physics, as if, right? Like, you tend to get what you pay for with aerospace, and anybody that thinks anything different is a little strange. That's a little bit strange behavior, boy, I tell you what. Cheap, reliable, good, pick any two, right? Yeah, straight up. Management is the bane of every aerospace program's existence, Aqualux, isn't it? What's the max speed on this in Kerbal? Curtis, this thing goes like Mach 5, which is probably not realistic. Well, then again, I mean, it might with compression lift, but this thing doesn't have compression lift. It brute forces itself to Mach 5, which is pretty nuts. Could really do with a data logger here. All right, nose cone, adapter, fuselage adapter, nose cone. Hardseed, there's a new patch coming out on the 22nd. Yeah, and I'm gonna actually mess with KSP2 on Wednesday. We'll do a Wings Wednesday and start flying some planes around. Yeah, give it some time. The game is kind of bare bones right now. So, yeah. That's one for the day, fellas. Wonder if you could fake compression lift using wings inside a cargo bay or something. That'd work. Yeah, we could do that. Sure. Yeah, Aqualux, that'll do. Alright. So Weather Guy, what we're doing here is I have this fuselage up on the top of the XB70. I have it on a pivot, to kind of simulate wing leading edges at different angles. We had an idea of using Mark II fuselages for our wing leading edge for Star Raker, which would really that would be nice. That would be nice if we could do that. So I basically have some Mark II fuselages on a pivot, and I'm trying to do some aerodynamic analysis here. Let's turn around and head back towards KSC. So I'm looking some interesting stuff here. See YN? YN is occlusion. So that means they're occluded on the front control surfaces. Or on the front surfaces. That's the node attachment. See some of these numbers are 0? Interesting. Looks like there's a mod called data dump that might be what you want. Yeah. Papa Bear, is it bad if I actually kind of want to figure out how to do it myself? Just because that'd be a good exercise. Because I find that with coding, and I'm not the best coder, but I find with coding, when you have a need, right? When you need something written in code, that it's much easier to learn than just saying, oh, I should learn how to code something today. When you have a goal, it comes to you easier. Have you ever used FAR? No, Josh, I haven't. You know, since this is for Star Raker, could Mark II fuselage? I don't think the Mark II fuselages are. I think they're too big for a leading edge on a space shuttle Nova if you were building it to scale. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, that does for sure. I mean, granted, I haven't done these tests very well because I've been testing at different altitudes and different speeds, which probably is not the best control, but also I'm really kind of looking at this information. I'm looking at the relationship of this information versus that information. All right, let's turn it at 45. Alright, let's try to be at least a little scientific about this. So that's at 0. So we have 0.68, 1.14, 2.56, 1.14, 0.67. Interesting that I think that one's the back. The one over here is the back nose cone in this scenario. Okay, cool. So because yeah, we're front to back. So that's the front, mid, middle, back, mid, back. Oh, wow. No, she's not RB. She's a nice lady. That data dump mod is one of Linux's neat. It doesn't seem like coding, it just saves a CSV file, yeah. So we're seeing 2.56, so 8.36 divided by 2.56. We're seeing 3 times the amount of drag at 45 degrees. No, I'm good, S. I'd prefer to do it myself so I learn. It's how my stupid caveman brain figures this stuff out. Thank you, though. I do appreciate it. You got pictures to take, too, man. Interesting. With 8 tanks of leading edge, that's only 64 or so drag at each wing. We could occlude them with fairings, someone, sure, but then the fairing is going to make drag somewhere else. I slept wrong, guys. My back's killing me today. That's 0, 45, that's 10, and that's 90, 9.51, 45, yeah, okay. It's definitely not linear. So at 0, we're at 2.56, right? At 45, we're at 8. At 10, we're at 3. So halfway through to 90 is at 8. And at 10, we're at 3. And 0 is 2. So between 10 degrees and 45, so in that 35 degrees, we pick up 5 kilonewtons of drag, more or less. But in the first 10 degrees, we only pick up 1. Which tells me that these things would be good. They would be okay to use as a strake. But I'm not sure about a wing leading edge here. Leading edge is probably not the best idea. Hey, Tank. What's going on, man? But the interesting thing is from 45 to 90, you're not picking up that much more. It's like you rip the Band-Aid off and it just stays crappy from 45 to 90, which is interesting. Let me just kind of see something here. Right, like, I'm just gonna draw a crappy visualization of this. So that's 5 right there, and that would be 45 right here. Right, so I know there's probably this is what I mean about data logging and stuff. It'd be pretty good. So at 0, we're at 2.56. So first plot would be 2.5 at 0. So somewhere right there. And then that's the game, not the screenshot. At 10 degrees, we're at 3.7. So 10 would be right there, so we're at 3.7. So 4 is right there, 3.7 somewhere around here. Right? Dude, use Google Sheets or something. Or whatever. I'm gonna do this way. Well, have you tried doing it this way? No, I haven't, because I'm doing it this way. I got it, dude. I'm just trying to make some visualization here, okay? It's just for my stupid caveman brain to figure it out. 8.36 at 45. Eight is up here. Oh boy. And then at 90, we're at 9.5. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Interesting. And that's Knuff. I'm Knuff, yeah. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, at 45, it's getting pretty exponential. It kind of stays more or less linear until there. Weird. I think that plot might be a little bit down, but that's just because I made it in paint. All right, cool. Okay. All right, let's bring it back down. Yeah, no, I know that there's probably a better way to do it, but honestly, the reason why I just drew it out in paint is so I could get an approximate visualization. It doesn't need to be perfect. Paint is good enough to show the type of fall off that we're getting here with theta angle of this thing correlative to drag on this part. It's on the fuselage only. I mean, if we really wanted to be scientific about it, we'd need to take into account the total force here of the entire structure, right? I've been just pinging off one fuselage, so we're already not being very scientific. So if we're already not being like super crazy scientific, it probably would be better to like just draw it in paint. It's not gonna take too much extra time. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure about using these as wing leading edges. Now I will say, that this is this would probably be better to use than using a wing, but flags as leading edges would probably be the best way to do this. I know dang well the plan is good. I mean, also it's Kerbal, but yeah, I mean you can get super scientific with Kerbal, but I just doesn't really warrant the time of going into Google Sheets and seeing a line that would take me 5 seconds in a crappy paint diagram to figure out. I don't see why that would mess with it. I mean, we saw it's pretty conclusive. All right, let's bring her down for a landing. This is a terrible approach, but it's all right. So what I'm doing, guys, is I'm testing wing leading edges for Star Raker. It's testing to see if a Mark II fuselage being rotated, how I would rotate them out into the sides if we were going to make like a leading edge for Star Raker, how well that would work aerodynamically. It's not the best, but yeah. And if you're still here, fairings will work, but the fairing at the end of the tree is going to impart an insane amount of drag. I learned that from the K90. Yeah. You're always going to have a total net drag, and that's always going to be put on somewhere. Tilted forward slightly? What do you mean, Canola? Bad approaches are what KSP is made for, indeed. I don't know why the engines mute themselves when you're at 0 throttle, but they do. What if the root of the fairing is in the center and there's another fairing inside? I did that, Josh, with the K90. That's... Stop. Okay, we'll stop. Test completed. I did that with the K90. I had fairings included, fairing bases included inside of other fairing bases. Game didn't like it. It works. And the reason why I use the K90, like why it's okay with the K90 is because the K90 is subsonic. You're never going fast enough for, I mean, you have a gigantic freaking wing. You're never going to go fast enough to really mess with it. But I did end up having to overclock the engines a little bit to overcome for the fact that I basically had a brick wall on the front of my wing. Dumb question, but can you occlude a fairing by making another fairing that goes around the base plate? Here, let me show you. Yeah, you can do it, but... Yeah, here, let me show you what I mean. Once again, the K90 led a lot of K90 research led to building Star Raker. And that's what I did. I coupled fairings inside of fairings, and it kind of works. But the fairings do end up making a ton of drag. Especially the one at the very end of the fuselage, because with how the game is set up, it thinks that that fairing is the end of the hierarchy. It thinks that's a tail cone. And it ends up making a ton of drag on this fairing. It's not too bad, but once again, for a supersonic plane, I'm not entirely sure that it's going to work in our favor. This thing needs to be able to slip through the atmosphere really fast. It needs to be aerodynamic because we're going to fly supersonic. It needs to... The way I'm kind of foreseeing this is that it needs to hit about 1,100 meters a second staging velocity at about 20 kilometers up. So, like, think about the Star Raker being 45 degrees, going 1,100 meters a second that way at 20, where the engines turn off, right? That's a tall order for a plane this big. It needs to be aerodynamic. We really have... Have you considered Vaseline? Oh... The wings look amazing. Thank you, Ducky. Hopefully Star Raker's wings turn out that good as well. I hope. Yeah, so we definitely got our work cut out for us. The Star Raker project, I thought building the K90 out would make it a little bit easier to do something like Star Raker, but the K90's subsonic. Star Raker's designed to go into space on air-breathing engines almost. So we really got to think about this. I like what we have thus far, though. Yeah, I do appreciate what we got. We gotta... There we go. Can you put a nose cone on the end to make it not the end of the hierarchy? I haven't really experimented too much with doing something like that, Rez. What I wanted to do, fellas, was use fairing use the fairings as the leading edge of the wing because the physics-less part, I think that could really make a difference, but there's nothing to really build into with the wings. It's going to be hard to do. Yes, aero cone on the bottom of the fairing base. Maybe. That would require more testing. We would need to go back and go get the XB70 back out, take that for a spin again. Quick question, how does one increase the thrust on an engine with a cal? I heard you explain it, but I need a refresher. Grab a cal controller, right? Open up the window. Go into actions, right? Go into your action group thing. Select your cal controller. Select the engine, thrust limiter. So this is the thrust limiter for that engine. You notice its thrust limiter is set to 100 right now. Take this curve, make it go off the page. And then move the cal controller into the center, and now it's going to make 479% of its thrust. Overclocking. But it can overheat. It puts excessive structural load on the Kerbal joints, so you have to reinforce it, and you're going to burn fuel way faster. You got to be careful with overclocking. If you overclock too much, it'll just blow your vehicle up. What's your opinion on pulling my Jeep down to Highway 4 with a strap with a tow strap to a shop with Jack's Range Rover? I have a strap. How bad of an idea is this? S, can you refer to the conversation we had on the day the Jeep croaked last Sunday? That's what I literally told you to do. You didn't listen to me. I don't know why. You didn't listen. That's what I told you to do in the first place. And you said, no, I'll go get a rental car. I don't know why you don't listen to me. I know how to fix cars. Like, I don't... I told you to do this a week ago, man. Because the shop was closed and now it's open. So, you know, you can call a mechanic shop. You can call the number, even when the place is closed. And it's usually just the mechanic that answers the phone. It's usually his cell phone or something. You can call him even when he's not at the shop, because cars break down all the time. You can call them and say, hey, look, I have a car I need fixed. Can I drop it off at the shop even though you're not there? 90% of the time they'll be like, yeah, sure. I'll check it in the morning. This is what I try to tell you, dude, but you don't listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I'm trying to help. Like, you gotta listen. That's what I told you and Jack to do on Sunday. But you said, nah, I'll leave it there. It's fine. Don't go fast. Put your four-ways on. Don't go fast. But yeah, towing it would be a good idea. I did listen. I did that. He did not answer. He was on vacation. So why didn't you tow it to somewhere else? Where's the you don't need to say where, but like, isn't the NSF headquarters over there? Like the NSF local operations? Weird because the brakes don't really work well without the brake booster. Yep. You don't have a vacuum assist. They work all the same. You just gotta push harder. But see, the other thing is that you didn't tell me you called the shop. You didn't say that to me. That's not what you said. You said you were worried about the brake booster. You didn't tell me you called the mechanic and he said he was on vacation. I didn't get that. I didn't get that information. How am I supposed to tell you what to do and tell you what you need to do if you don't tell me that? You know, you gotta talk to me, Goose. You gotta talk to me, man. Yeah, the tow strap's fine. Tow it to a shop. The mechanic will help you. Once again, I think the crank sensor may have gone bad, or the fuel pump is having problems. If the computer can't pick up the crank RPMs, it's not going to know how to deliver the fuel correctly. But what I would invite you to do, go back, because the Jeep's been sitting for a second. Go out to the Jeep and try to start it and see what it does. Old cars are finicky, dude, at times. It might just start. XJS's truck won't start. It cranks just fine. We have not verified if it's getting fuel to the injectors. So I kind of said maybe the fuel pump took a dump. What happened is S started the thing up and was trying to drive away from Boca Chica and made it about 20 feet, and then it stalled out and now it won't start. So I'm not sure. It could be that could be a lot of things. Without having it in front of me, it's really hard to say. So we didn't, I don't think we changed the crank position sensor on that thing. I think we just put the old one back in when we did the flex plate. Yeah, when you're with the tow strap, Fire Fistus is right. It's like train cars in derail valley and railroads. Make sure the strap stays tight. You got to keep tension on it in order to tow correctly. Fire Fistus is right. Ironically, it's parked right next to Das's destroyed van. Sweet. Yeah, RB brings up a good point, S. Does the tack move when you go to crank it? That's RB, you're correct, because that means the computer's not getting a signal. Any news on the NSF truck from Texas that got hit? The van? Yeah, it's still down there. S parked his Jeep next to it. The CPSs go out all the time. Yeah, Fistus, for real. Yeah. I was trying to help S troubleshoot it while I was hosting the NSF cast. It didn't. My brain went, and I'm like, we got to talk about this some other time. Good question, but I think that it did. Okay. Well, RB is right. If the tack doesn't go, that means this either A, your computer's boned, which I highly doubt. It might be though, but or the CPS is out. I thought Jeeps are supposed to be indestructible. I know you're kidding, John, but yeah, they're indestructible if people don't mess with them. Somebody's been mucking around with the wire harness in S's truck. I know because I worked on it. 4th of July weekend, guys, I took that week off and we fixed S Master's flex plate. The flex plate was cracked. And I still don't know how it stayed together, but he made it up here. We replaced the flex plate. I had the transmission out of that car, and we had the transmission, the transfer case, front axle, rear axle out, and the engine basically sitting on a jack to prevent it from leaning up against the firewall. I had that whole Jeep apart, and me, Ernok, and S-Master put the whole thing back together. We also did a bunch of other stuff. We fixed a bunch of things. We fixed the headlights, we fixed the lights on the thing, but someone's been screwing around with that wire harness. I found the strangest thing in there. Somebody teed fog light power off of the air conditioner wire harness for like hot 12 or something, which is so stupid. Why would you do that? Did you ever show them the flex plate? Yeah, I've shown it a couple of times. Do you use flex tape to fix the flex plate? Oh yeah. Yeah, no more water. Oh, also, the new multifunction switch broke. No high beams, no matter what. It's not the multifunction switch, dude. Something. As we fix something else, and then oftentimes on old cars, it's multiple things wrong. We fixed one going in the right direction. That switch was junk. I verified that switch was not getting good connectivity with a multimeter. So replacing it did work, but it's something else. Like I said, someone's been mucking around with the wiring on that Jeep. That's why it's so funky, dude. Yeah, Hellfish, we found constant 12 or hot 12 be for the fog lights being teed off of the AC wiring harness, which is just, I don't know what the frick whoever wired that, what they were trying to do. I couldn't figure it out. S and I spent a day literally staring at those stupid wires. It's very strange, dude. Yeah, Hellfish, when S gets the Jeep back up here, we'll go over it. We'll look at it, dude. No, headlight goes down the other side, Rizik. Which is, you know what the weirdest part of this is, dude? So the horn is part of that AC wire harness because the Jeep has two horns, one right side, one left side. The main light harness goes down the left side to so the two front running lights and then all four beams, low and high. It goes down the driver's side. It goes by the ECU, which is because Jeep things. So the crazy part about this is that we found, from what I could tell, and don't get me wrong, I ain't the best wiring expert, but from what I could tell, we found a factory fog light harness teed off of the AC, or what looked like it was teed off of the AC wire harness, which is very weird. And then also, there was two wires. There's two grounding wires off the negative terminal on the battery. There's the factory one that goes to the engine block and the starter solenoid. And there was another wire that was bridged over that as well. And it was red. Yes, you heard that right. There was a red 10 gauge wire bridged off of the negative terminal on the battery going to the engine block, bypassing the factory harness. Someone screwed with the wiring on this thing so bad, dude. Like, red 10 gauge wire off the negative harness. Which, you know what that tells me? That tells me that all these problems that we're running into with S's Jeep is bad. It could be a bad ground. Could be bad ground. Why would that wire be there if it wasn't? You know? Yeah. It's some backyard fixing, Sneaky. And don't get me wrong, I understand why they were doing that. You don't bypass a factory ground by running another wire. Just undo the wire and clean the damn connections. That's one of the things I wanted to do, but we ran out of time. It's just... Yeah, no, Jeep... So, with XJ Jeeps, guys, the wire harness... The problems with the wire harness is that water intrusion can get in the ECU, and it can break it. But the wiring is not too incredibly complicated there, because it's still using vacuum. That 4-liter Jeep engine still uses vacuum for a lot of actuation, like cruise control actuation and whatnot. But, I think I actually pulled like 5 pounds of wiring out of my Camaro that was for 80s things that was no longer needed. Yeah, dude, there's so much. Somebody meddled with that thing so hard, and looks like they tried to put factory foggers in, and they didn't. It didn't. They weren't there. It was a factory fog light harness that was teed into AC. They were teeing hot 12. Why would you tee it off that side when the light harness is on the other side? I don't understand. Which means somebody went under the dash and made an extra toggle switch or the AC turned on the fog. S, are you still here? When you bought that Jeep, what was the state of the air conditioning system? I'll have an answer for you in a second, Sneaky. I agree, Yannick. Backwards compatibility would be cool. Non-functional AC compressor was shot according to the previous owner. Were the lines in there, S? They were, because your stepdad said that if there's metal in the compressor, it's going to screw it up. It's going to screw up the dryer in the condenser. You know what probably screwed up that damn compressor? Well, if you don't give the compressor the right amount of power to engage the clutch, it's going to warp the clutch really badly. So, if you're teeing the fog lights off the AC compressor, that means when you turn the compressor on, right? When you turn the compressor on, it'll turn the foggers on, but you're taking voltage away from the AC compressor. The AC compressor has an electric solenoid clutch that engages the fan belt to make the thing compress. If you're taking away voltage from that because you're splitting it with fog lights, the clutch is only going to engage halfway, and if you're not getting good adherence with the AC clutch, it'll just burn it out. So there you go. There's your problem. Why are people so stupid? I don't understand. It doesn't take that much more effort to just tee it off the freaking light harness. Like, are you dumb? Just put another toggle switch and a relay under there for the foggers. Like, this takes an extra 2 seconds. No, let's tee it off the AC switch. Who the hell wired lights into the AC clutch? Sawyer, that's what S Master's Jeep had in it, dude. I found a splice. I found the jankiest thing under the battery tray. Somebody teed up a factory fog harness into hot 12 on the AC compressor line. Wire, not line. Wire. Stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life, dude. I like. This was either A, done in a pinch, or B, somebody had no clue what they were doing, or C, somebody didn't care. It's probably the last one if I had to guess, because if you're smart enough to know what hot 12 is and wire the foggers that way, you're smart enough to know that you shouldn't tee it off of that, because you're depriving the AC compressor of the voltage you need. So that means every time whoever had those foggers on there, every time they turned on the stupid air conditioner, the clutch wouldn't engage all the way and it would just destroy itself. Gotta go tow it. Message me on Discord if important. That's very discouraging. That's very discouraging. Anyway. Alright, so, guys, shift gears, not with your Jeep because it doesn't run. Shift gears back into Kerbal mode. I'm not sure if I like Mark II's as leading edges. Or politely educate them. Yeah, Sawyer. Yeah. The more and more I learn about wiring on automobiles, the more and more I see jank, and I'm just like, Is Starship simpler than Star Raker? I'd say they're about somewhere near equal to each other in difficulty, Nova Raptor. Yeah. Alright, guys, so honestly, the other thing is that I was sitting here looking at these pictures of Star Raker's wings, and I'm not entirely sure we have the wing geometry right. Interestingly enough. I think, even though I really don't want to, we might have to sculpt. We might have to remove the fuel tanks and start sculpting the wing out correctly. One last thing, when it comes to automotive electronics, draw is more important than voltage. You can burn out a lot of stuff if you try to draw too much on the same circuit. Oh, by the way, the crank sensor fixed the issue on my Jeep. That thing sucked to replace, though. Yeah, it's clocked at like the 11 o'clock position on the freaking bell housing. It's like up, dude. Your mom's a single stage 2 obesity. Got him. You know what, 95? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Common 95L. SMH my head. L plus ratio. Bruh. Bruh. It's much simpler in my opinion. Single engine type, easier ascent profile, can be autonomous, non-hydrogen propellant base. Yeah, Rocket Guy, the reason why I said what I said is because Starship, if you're comparing launch vehicle to vehicle, sure. Yeah, I would say Star Raker's probably a fair bit more complicated. But Starship's pad in GSE makes up, is what kind of equals out the difficulty. Yeah, Ducky, we have to kind of make it go down here and then back. So instead of trying to make it go around the fuselage, let's get rid of this. Open up, get R7 going. Revision 7 and go from here. Yeah, not really what I wanted, but what I wanted to do, but it's okay. With that, I would say SpaceX is making it harder for themselves. Starship is also designed to fly beyond low Earth orbit. Wait, short line. Wait, why is your name all lowercase now? Wasn't it short line K the other day? Why is it all lowercase? I'm confused. Unless you're a different short line 819 than the other short line 819 that comes in here all the time. Are there two of you, or is it just Monday and I haven't had enough coffee? Ballistic flight profile versus modulated lifting entry. Yeah. I mean, Rocket Guy, do you think it would be prudent to say that Star Raker and Starship, I mean, one might be easier than the other, but we're still in like, Star Raker is still, I'd say, in like, I wouldn't call it this, but I guess it kind of is. It's in super heavy levels of difficulty. Like if we're looking at the whole difficulty scale here for building stuff that gets into orbit, I would definitely still say that Star Raker, Starship, Space Shuttle, SLS, they're still definitely up there. Like if we compare Star Raker to like Falcon 9 or something, I would say that Falcon 9 is way simpler, right? Am I in the ballpark here? Like, I think that Star Raker is definitely in, like, 10-year, $30 billion level of what's needed to get this thing, like, actually working correctly. Like, kind of the garden variety super heavy launch vehicle project. They're certainly trading complexities, but I think even the pad operations for Star Raker are pretty complicated. Lots of maintenance and groundwork for Star Raker. It's a loaded question for sure. System complexities for ground operations. Yeah. Taking all the tanks into space with you certainly does increase the complexity. Yeah. Yeah, it does, man. Hey, Yusuf. Star Raker is horizontal takeoff and landing. Yep. HTHL. Horizontal takeoff, horizontal landing. Super heavy SSTO. Someone 100 tons to low Earth orbit and the potential to go out to GEO, which is crazy. I still don't understand how they were going to figure that one out, but whatever. And those wings. Plus, imagine a shuttle-sized Star Raker with all those tile requirements. Blech. So what about this? Methalox Venture Star. Keep the shell shape, but use smaller Methalox tanks. Being smaller, it lets you shift them forward to ease the tail-heavy problems, and you can use a traditional tank with extra available volume. Yeah, you need more propellant overall because methane versus hydrogen, but the radically increased density gives you more wiggle room. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Alright, anyway. Let's get into this. Alright. Alright, so... Okay. Let me copy my upper wing here and just get rid of the second level. Because these are flat wings and that's made how it needs to be made. Alright, so let's go down here. Rocket Guy, I'm kind of running into a little bit of an issue here. The issue for the most part is that what's the right way to say this? Well, the issue is the same type of issue that we ran into with making the Venture Star project. We're technically using propellant densities that are similar to methane rather than hydrogen. And the hydrogen wet wings on this are going to give... Yeah, that's going to make this a little bit weird to get right. So, I'm having trouble, like, with how we're going to, like, shape the wings, I guess. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. I don't think we're going to go tiles unless they have an adhesive sealed up, teed up. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. What a chunk of a freaking vehicle. I'm still looking at it and I'm like, Okay. Let's try to sculpt out some bottom edges, huh? Let's go from there. And we're gonna have to figure out how to shoehorn the fuel tanks in there after the fact, which I really don't want to do, but it is what it be. True, it was just a leading baseline design, but by the end of pre-phase A, wherever they ended, yeah. Have you heard of a game called Avorion? People have mentioned it in Hero Force, yeah. Actually, before we do that, let's do what we did to make the top wing. Making the top wing, I made the entire mesh first. So, let's go out here like this. That should be good enough to sculpt out the back part of this wing, I think. I think we're long enough. Remember when I said I think we're long enough, like that one time? Yeah, we're probably not long enough here. At least for some parts of the outside of this wing. Okay, and we know that the control surface needs to go there anyway, so these basically need to meet up relatively around the same spot. Alright, cool. Alright, get rid of the flag there. Yeah, these, I mean, the wings are really mounted high up on this thing. It's like they took the space shuttle with the wings, like, on the bottom and flipped it over almost. Vorion looks a bit like Space Engineers if it was focused entirely on shipbuilding. Cool. Alright, let's take a stab at sculpting out the back part of this wing. So we're going to need to do something like that for the first edges here. Right? Let's... Hi, XB70. You're looking fine today. Sometimes, dudes, when I, like, see a shape, I can just be like, okay, yeah, I understand. But I'm having trouble with parts of the wings. Like this part right here. Maybe it's because I've kept saying, like, oh, man, that's going to be a difficult part of the wing. Oh, man, that's going to be super difficult to get right. Probably had something to do with it. I really kind of need to see a front shot like that. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, I don't really think we should do this way necessarily, but I think I might need to change the angle of our nacelle boxes. Which, I mean, that shouldn't be too big of a deal, I don't think. Don't believe all the difficulty hype, right? And that probably is more or less where our set wing thickness needs to be. Actually, probably not that. It's probably... See, it actually, the box starts to get kind of straight before the nacelle. So it's probably like... That's the wrong part to mess with. Alright, let's use that for our definition, and we'll see what it does. So the next part, we're going to need to set to local and rotate basically like this. Set that to local. Now we need to go in here and take a look at how the wings are lining up. How's it going? It's going, man. Okay. Now let's start sculpting. Is the nacelle box its own structure or part of the wing? They kind of like click. I don't know the right terms. Someone, hold on. Here, take a peek. Actually, I think it might be down here. They have a shot of the side profile of the engines. See how the wing just gets super flat, basically right to the end? That's the shape that I'm trying to make. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's the shape that I'm trying to make. Yeah, so honestly, like, doing something like this. The funny thing is that, look, lining it up with the nacelle like that is actually giving us the shape that we want. They kind of like fit into each other. See what I mean? This side profile is showing geometry of the intake at certain speeds. That's not something we necessarily have to do. But dude, look at, just on a quick side note, look, they have actuators that are actually changing the geometry of the intake impingement here, which is wild. Like see how when it's in turbofan mode, it's basically just open, right? It's basically fully retracted. And then, you know, at Mach 6, right, these things go down, and what they basically do is you're going to get flow separation there, and it starts bouncing the shock wave around inside of here. And the shock wave basically bounces in such a way that right here it's basically straight, like the aerodynamic shock wave. And then the air has to pass through the dang shock wave, and when it passes through it, it creates enough drag so the engine can actually breathe. It's like kind of same idea as an SR-71 intake, but the SR-71 intake was kind of by mistake, right? They were trying to make the engine not destroy itself, and this is, with that information a little bit better known, this is like if you purpose built the turbo ramjet, which is crazy. Yeah, they were, and then the ramp intake could fully close. Like, but look at, like, they have 3 or 4 actuators to get the geometry to change and stuff. We don't have to worry about this in Kerbal. All I need to do is just make the intake look cool, and that's about it. I'll probably just put a ramp door at the front to get it to close, to make it look cool, like when we're up in space, like the intakes will close. But yeah. Well, yeah, that J58 video that we watched the other day was super, super interesting. You basically play pinball with the boundary layer. Or not the boundary layer, the shock. The shock. It's not, I keep calling it a boundary layer. It's not necessarily a boundary layer. It's the shock. It just bounces around in there and plays pinball until it slows down enough. But yeah, see how it basically is an impingement. It works like your Bernoulli is what that is. This is like a carburetor almost. But when you're dealing with supersonic, you have to worry about that shock inside of the intake. That's really, yeah, that's what they learned during the SR-71 program. Yeah, they just bounce the shock wave around until it's basically straight like this. And then the air having to go through that supersonic shock slows it down enough. I mean, dude, intake geometry is nuts. Nuts, to say the least. But yeah, that gets us the shape that we're looking for, more or less. The normal shock, yeah, there you go. There's nothing normal about that. Yeah, the air is its own baffle. Yeah, it's, dude, I'm telling you, that's really trick. That's really trick stuff. Really cool. But see, judging by that shape, right? That shape, it seems like the bottom wing surface above the nacelles, right? The bottom wing surface above the nacelles and the top wing surface basically meet at the same point. See that? This one angles down, which is what we have, and this is basically a straight line from the nacelles basically all the way back, which, you know, maybe we should... Hang on. Okay, I want to redo this. I want to redo it. Because, yeah, I mean, look where the I-beam is going. That I-beam is going all the way back, and we know that that's where that needs to be. How about roughing it out? Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm doing here, man. So we're looking at the F-35. It's pretty cool. Most other supersonic intakes are positioned away from the body in order to not ingest the boundary layer. F-35 doesn't have that. Cyborg, I always say, dude, you get what you pay for with aerospace. You get what you pay for. Some things are harder to do than others, but you get what you pay for every single time. You know, you picking up what I'm laying down, man? I forgot to put a ping in the message, but see last above Pato. I'm still a bit unclear. Why would they need to do that? Why not just use a scramjet style intake? Scramjets hadn't been invented yet. Scramjets haven't been invented yet in the late 70s, to my knowledge. I mean, they may have. Who knows? I'm pretty sure that wasn't a thing just yet. I'm just making sure this is completely aligned. There we go. All right, cool. So now I'm going to make... We're basically going to make the exact same shape here. Okay, cool. Scramjet, November 1964. There you go. But, yeah, okay, passing. So maybe I'm wrong on that one. But, I wasn't sure. Shouldn't guess. The thing about scramjets, okay, let's think about this for a second. Why wouldn't they use a scramjet, right? Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that? Well, scramjets need to be going very fast to work. I'm not sure if a scramjet is warranted in this design because I don't, how are you going to get going that fast to get the scramjet to work correctly? But then again, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. It was kept secret by the government until 1981. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, so let's try doing this way. Let me just move our faux thrust structure out of the way here for a second. Okay. These structures basically need to meet. They need to meet up. The top and the bottom wing, they need to meet up right there. While scramjets offer great promise for specific applications like hypersonic cruise missiles or certain types of spaceplane concepts, they might not have been suitable or practical for the operational profile and design goals of Star Raker. Interesting, O-Force. Let me see. Yeah, that's very strange. I was going to bring up that they could use the moving surfaces to push the intake into a scramjet-like shape, but they're basically doing that with the Mach 6 intake position. So this is on Star Raker's PDF. They're just letting the air slow down before they do the fuel injection. Would that mean you don't need a separate injection place? Well, they pre-cool it too. That's the other thing to understand. These turbine, the bypass turbine, when you're in subsonic mode, starts pinwheeling, so it's freewheeling because the jet engine is off, and they end up spraying one of the turbine wheels on this. It has cooling vanes in it. I'm not saying it's like transpiration cooling, but it's basically an intercooler that's on a turbine wheel that spins one of the blades, right? And they're spraying liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen is going into that rotisserie, the rotating radiator, the rotating intercooler, and then that preheated hydrogen gets sprayed in. They're exchanging the intake air heat with the liquid hydrogen and then spraying the gaseous hydrogen through an injector rail into the ramjet. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, and this makes it so what you're using at subsonic it can be reused as components at supersonic. So I think it actually makes it simpler than a scramjet. Because with a scramjet, you can't have anything in the way. So unless you wanted another intake for the scramjet, so you have an intake for the jet and an intake for the scramjet, and you maybe a bypass like an SR-71 engine or something. But you're complicating bypass on top of a bypass already. Screw that. Why would you do that? The idea for their propulsion is actually pretty damn smart. It's a air breathing. It's basically an intercooled ramjet. Yeah, the rotary regenerator, like on a Chrysler turbine car. Smart, very smart idea. So, they basically slowed the air down to subsonic and then chilled it and then shot it into a rocket engine, so it works like oxidizer. So this is like about as jet engine as you can get without it being like a rocket engine or a Sabre engine. Even though a Sabre engine is kind of similar to this. But yeah, cool, huh? Alright, so we've defined the curve that needs to be right there. I mean, I'm not sure what we're going to do to clean up that area, but we'll get to that. Why is there a fuel line? Oh, that's from our testing. We don't need that. So now that we have that, the whole thing, we got to rotate this whole sucker up like this. And in defining that shape, we should pretty much get the rest of this. Will you lose the fancy diagonal engine setup this way? No. No. This is actually locating that setup, dude. I'm trying to figure out where it needs to go. Okay. Man, this thing's gonna want to nose up like crazy. Especially with all these wings back here after the center of mass, it's really gonna want that with the center of thrust below COM, this thing's gonna want to nose up into the sky. It's not going to be a headache, 95. It's just that continual nose up is what we want. We want that. We want the thing to, when we throttle up, we want it to nose up into the sky. Think like Virgin Galactic has that cut SRB to give that pitch up moment. Same idea. Similar idea, yeah. But that also means that we have to make sure that our engine section, when we go to make it, the engine section has to be lined up with wherever our center of mass is going to be. It has to be lined up on the thrust, on the center of mass vector when we switch it from air breathers to rockets, because we need it to stop doing that pitch up motion, and when we hit the rockets, it's got to go straight. Because if our rockets aren't lined up, I mean, you know it'll spin, right? Crazy. Crazy design. In a good way, though. Alright, what I need to see now is hello? Nope, other direction. That's the slide there. Yeah, man. Yeah, so that's, I'd say we're maybe at about a, like, let's take a look at this wing leading edge. I'm just trying to figure out the wing thickness here. The wing thickness gets, I mean, she gets pretty thin pretty fast. All right, see you, someone. That's 2 meter. All right, let me just see something. 1.24. So my wing thickness for the most part is about this. It's at the thinnest portion of the wing. And this was a basic estimation here. The thinnest portion of the wing should be around here. It should be around 1.2 meters. So the way I derived these numbers, right? The cargo bay, we know that the cargo bay is 6 meters, right? So if we take the mouse cursor, right, and we line up the mouse cursor here we can zoom in, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means the flat side of my mouse cursor is about 3 meters, right? Go over here, right? 4 of the flat side of the mouse cursor is 3 meters. So 1, 2, 3.5. So that's 3.5. So 3.5 is 3 meters. It's about 2 point. I'd say, you know, rounding 2.5, give or take. So actually, let's do 2.5 times 0.62 to get it to Kerbal scale. Yeah, 1.5. He's going full schematics. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, that seems this edge right here where the wing starts to get flat, right there, it seems to be, let me just see. So in this over here, about 2 mouse cursors is 3 meters. So yeah, 2.5 is a safe bet there. So 2.5 times, we got to put 2.5 into Kerbal scale, because Kerbal scale is 62%, right? That's 155. Oh, we were one number off. So that's 1.2. And these tanks are 1.8. So we're halfway in between. Balls. All right. We are moving on 10 centimeter increments, so if this is 1.25, so that's 1.35. Well, we don't know what that is off the surface. So 2 ticks out is give or take the diameter that I'm looking for. Give or take. That seems to be the thinnest that wing ever gets. So I'm just going to line this up more or less. There. Okay, if that's the thickest this thing ever gets, it means that we need that to be right around this point right here. See this guy? Where the engines end, actually between the 4th and 5th engine on the outer side, that's when the wing shape gets straight. So, oh frick. Okay. That needs to be like right here. Where's my divider? The divider is right here. So it's the leading edge of that wing. So that would mean that I need to hit this shape right here with that wing piece. Which means we need it needs to be more or less between the 4th and 5th wing. Oh boy. Alright, we need to measure again. I need to look at something. I'm literally putting my fingers up to the keyboard. I don't care. 6 meters. 12 meters. 18. So here, off of the center line, should be about 18 meters. Man, this thing looks ridiculous right now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So we have 5-meter tanks, and I'll place them off the center line. And this should give us the size of the nacelles, give or take, as well. And once again, we are off the center line here. That's where I made my finger measurement. So that's 5 meter. This is going to look so strange, but it's a good way to do it, because these tanks are nice and easy, right? But then again, we have to factor it into Kerbal scale as well. So it's about 18 meters. We need 18 times 0.62, which gives us about 11. That's 10 meter. And then 11. Yeah, actually, that's right. What the funkin' waggles? Hey, Ein, 35-month resub. That's right. That's really close. That's really close to being correct. Like, we need another meter out of this, and we're moving on 10-centimeter increments. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are two 5 meters. And then I move this one out an extra meter. And then 1, 6. So let's just do 2 more. 1, 2. Yeah, that's correct. Huh. Okay. Okay, that's where that edge needs to be, interestingly enough. Yeah, I freehanded the nacelle box anyway. Like, when I first made this piece right here, it was just freehanding it. Well, not necessarily, like, totally freehanding it. I didn't know, I kind of eyeballed the shape. But, yeah. And here I always thought 18 1/3 was 12, not 11 and a bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice, Rizik. Yeah, that's cool. Does it fly or does it need more time in the oven? I'm figuring out the wing shape, Alex, so give it some time. This is a souffle. It takes time. And most people can't get a souffle right. Yep. But see, what I'm failing at, I'm not getting this right now. Like, why? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's how that needs to be. All right, we gotta... Oh boy. Fuel is gonna be a problem here. A big problem, actually. Yeah. Wow. I'm not sure we're going to be able to mimic the right fuel density here, fellas. Kidding, that's... All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can do this. I'm pretty sure. I'm just trying to think about how we're going to get this all into the correct shape. So what's throwing me off right now? This is throwing me off. This whole thing. The whole nacelle piece. That needs to be up. It needs to be up here like this. Right? That needs to be way higher. Yeah, I didn't get the nacelle shape exactly right. Yeah, that looks more steep than this, to be honest with you. That looks way more steep. But that our nacelle width might be wrong as well now at this point. Because if that's where the wing needs to straighten out, right? The nacelle goes basically an engine intake's length past that. So that means that this part needs to be way out here somewhere. And the nacelles basically stop right at the fuselage, like right before it. So this needs to go this way a little ways. Like that. Doesn't that ruin your engine design? Well, no, not necessarily, O-Force. My engines were all clipped into each other previously. Like, they were way overlapping. And I was like, well, we scaled the diameter, right? Like, we scaled the diameter of the engines. So, yeah, these need to go... Yeah, okay. I need to redo the engine nacelle shape, like, completely.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. Hey, Worst, what's going on, man? All right, all right, all right. This is helping. We're making progress. All right, so this needs to be like that. I'm gonna redo the back pieces of this, right? We know that this one is perfectly straight. So let's remake them. I'll get it, dudes. You just gotta do what I did before. We just gotta kind of brute force this design. And it's just gonna involve just building it a couple of times over and over again, so. Alright, now we got a flat piece of metal to work with here. So, let's start by doing this. We know that this shape needs to go up here. 10 degree, like that. And then here is where it needs to flatten out for the most part. So I'm going to do that with all of these pieces. Well, actually don't do that just yet. We're making progress in reverse. Yeah, sure. Whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever floats your boat. And now we need to take this entire shape and I need to turn it so it matches the edge up here. And that gets us that angle, right? And now what we need to do is take the whole thing again, and then I need to turn this whole edge down like that. And then because we're local, we need to make sure we line the seams up so it looks right. Those need to go inboard a little bit. Like that. What's this, W? Does this have anything to do with what we're working on right now? Because I'm kind of into this. I'm not like, it's either we go and do whatever you want there, or we don't finish this. I think I'm onto something, but I don't want to change subjects here because I think I don't want to lose what I'm thinking about either. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So now, how do I get that up there now? I'm really confused because if I do that, it's just gonna wreck that shape. This is one of the harder parts, guys, getting this right. We need to take this diagonal shape and then slowly move it into a complete horizontal shape. But also the wing needs to be getting bigger right there too. And then it needs to go up and over. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm thinking about how I'm going to do this. Because for the most part here, let me show you. I'll put some wings in here to show you kind of where this all needs to end up. So take this, right? This flat surface. Per the diagram, we need to make a shape that basically goes to here, like this. And I'll line up the leading edge surfaces here. All right, we need a shape that goes like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then this shape in the other direction. Hey, Jax, 21 months. Thank you. That shape needs to go down here, like this. Actually, you know what? I got an idea. This might work. So these flat wings obviously are not going to be able to make the tessellated shapes that we're trying to do, right? They're not going to do that. Right? So how do we make the shape go down here like this, but also match the curves? Because the leading edge needs to be that shape. This needs to be that shape. But what shape does it need to be where these two connect? I would assume it needs to be perfectly flat. So if I take this right here, right, and let's just attach it to the one behind it, right? By the time it gets to here, I need this shape to be... Come on, you. Copy topside and flip it upside down. It's a different shape, Panaris, because the engines are down here. Good idea, though. See this box right here that I have highlighted? That's where the engines and the nacelles, the intakes for the engines need to be. So this surface needs to be perfectly flat. Basically, it needs to be coplanar with those I-beams right there, but also it needs to angle up, but also it needs to basically flatten itself out, if that makes any sense. Like, if we look at this render right here, it needs to be like that, and by the time it gets to here, it needs to be flat. It needs to be a flat wing shape. If we look at these renders, see what I'm talking about? The nacelle needs to go up, and then by the time it gets here, it just needs to be kind of a garden variety airfoil. So, like, i.e. my top and bottom wing surfaces need to be pretty much parallel. Oh boy. I mean, these are all freaking renders from the damn thing, but this is a complex shape, and every time I look at it, I'm like, I think I got it, and then I go to make it, and I'm like, nah, never mind. I gotta look around here, dudes. I'm close, though. I think we're starting to really weed this out. I just need to take more measurements. This is probably still going to be the most helpful. It's tough shape. Real tough. Alright, that's the start right there. So this, the leading edge here, we need to make a profile line that goes from there to there. Oy, okay. Yeah, this front piece is... Yeah, this front piece is going to be a little weird. But then when it gets to here... When it gets to this point, this piece needs to be perfectly straight, like this. Yeah, because it needs to line up like that. This is a tough, tough shape. Man. Alright, you know what? I'm going to stop saying it's a tough shape. I've said that about 30, 35, 40 times already. I get it. It's thanks, brain. Let's actually think about this. So, this wing needs to be up here like this. The leading edge needs to be up there. Like this. And then this edge needs to be down like that. Let's just start sculpting. 37 in a row? Yeah, I didn't really want to see that, really, but alright. Alright. So we need to match to this edge, for the most part. Let's just start sculpting. Why not? Let's do it. There. Okay. That matches the angle more or less. Right? And then we need to make that kind of meet down there. Just go up like this. And then make that kind of go up like that. Oh, we need to... These offset rotation points make this really difficult to get it right, but it's okay. There. That's close enough to our guide. That's perfect. So now we can take this, right? And we should be able to make this flat. Like, I'm going to set this to an absolute rotation. Yep. Okay, it's not totally flat. It's close. What we need to do is take this control, right? That's the flat piece, and we need to go to it like that. This piece I know is perfectly flat, right? So now let's take this next one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And see, this one should basically be coplanar, like that. Excellent. All right, so now we just got to move this up and then angle it down into the right position that we need, like that, and then take this piece and make that absolute. Perfect. Okay, there you go. Using other wings as a guide kind of helped me out there. All right, so now that piece is good to go. Hey, XTC 35 months, I appreciate it. Absolutely infuriating. It happens, Scully. Whatever. Alright, looks like we might need to tighten this up just a little bit. Sometimes that's what's needed. There we go. Okay, perfect. Save it. She started driving it to the shop now. Yes, it may have been bad gas. Alright, so that's how we do that, but, oh man, I didn't match to the leading edge here. So we're going to have to go down here and mess with this a little bit more. So let's go in here like this. So we need to just basically bridge the gap between this and this. That shouldn't be too hard. That one needs to be defined to that edge. Actually, no. It needs to be defined to this. This one, right here. That, more or less. That's fine. Alright, so now let's see if we can work more or less to that shape right there. Good. Now, don't worry about these pieces up here just yet. Those we have to sculpt from the front edge to the back. Right? You always start with where your root part is and then work your way out. So right now the thing looks a little strange, but it's okay. These definition edges are really, really helping me figure this out. That's close. That's consistent. Perfect. But will it blend, chat? That's the real question. Good. Alright, now we can go back and start messing with the absolute again, like this. And then this piece, see, look at how much the shape changed. Dang, man. Yeah, alright, alright, alright. This is good. Good, 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 good. No, not... did I get that piece? This piece needs to be aligned to that back edge, more or less. Cool. Now, this one, yeah, this one needs to be... Okay, cool. Now, grab this one, align it, and now set this one to an absolute snap. Come on. And then just move that down into position. And now this one should be able to just be absolute snap. All right. That took a little bit of thinking to get through that right. But are you playing Starfield? I'm going to play Starfield. Yeah, it looks like fun, dude. Yeah, using these straight pieces as control edges to kind of show me where the shape needs to go is good, especially back here because I don't have that shape defined yet. So now I don't, you don't know exactly where that needs to be. So now I'll bet you if I take this, right, and we just move this kind of back to where this needs to be, right, and we do the same dang thing again. As the wing folds back, though, this shape is going to have to turn up at some point. That means that this piece is going to have to be somewhere along those lines to get the back of this correct. My only concern is that all the characters in Starfield look like mannequins, with the rest of it. Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. It's Gamebryo. I don't know what we're looking for, right? Like, it's Gamebryo, homie. There we go. Nice. That's not bad, man. All right, cool. Let's do this again. Ready? So take this and just move it backwards a little bit. And align those, and now let's just do that same freaking thing over again. Alright, so align to the straight piece again. I'm just going to take these pieces and just rotate them out of the way temporarily so I don't see them. Right? Now take this piece. It'll also make it so it's easier for me to keep track of what I'm working on. Once again, this is a tough freaking shape to get right. We're combining a bunch of different concentric shapes with parts that were never designed to do this. But we're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway. They said you couldn't build a castle on a swamp. But I did it anyway! It fell into the swamp. So I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one. That bird down fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. I said you couldn't build a big plane out of small wings, but I did it anyway. It crashed into the ocean. So I built a second one. That crashed into the ocean. I know you're trying to stay faithful to the source, but have you considered a truss wing? Truss wing? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? If it's a real-life aerodynamic concept, it's not really going to work. The third one blew up, but the fourth one, that made it into space. Wow, we are not following this at all. Yeah. Huh, this is worthless. UJ, 2023. Wait, what? I didn't say that. Shut up. Shut it! You just did. No. Wow, that's a hell of a seam right there. Holy crap. This isn't right at all. There. Alright, cool. Save that. I'm living in a MiG down by the river. Oh. Oh. Savage. Oh, you hound. Damn. I mean, I don't think it's kind of okay to joke about because nobody got hurt.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Assuming Delta V doesn't scale linearly, just add to my last. Hey, dumb question, incoming, please forgive me. No problem. Is there a theoretical limit on how big you can make a rocket? Like Starship, why can't it just be made wider and taller? Because when you start scaling things, volume doesn't scale proportionally to size. Well, no, I didn't say that right. Which one is it, guys? There's something. Not everything scales completely linear. Okay, that's the big one. What I said was completely wrong. So, Alleviate. Think about it like this: just build a bigger rocket, right? Okay. Think about it like this. At some point, your building material doesn't scale very well. What does that mean? Well, do you see skyscrapers made out of aluminum? You see anything made out of aluminum? See skyscrapers made out of it? No. Why? Why don't you make skyscrapers out of aluminum? Aluminum's not good for building skyscrapers. Its material properties aren't really good for that. Simultaneously, you step on a Lego, it hurts. Legos are indestructible. You don't see a skyscraper made out of those things, right? Right? You don't see that. Why don't you see that? Well, James May proves why you don't see that, because material properties don't scale very well. Legos are very strong in very small components like this, but if you try to make something gigantic out of it, it'll just fall, it'll crush itself under its own weight, right? That's why you don't just make a bigger rocket, because you're starting to get into material science stuff now, and that can get a little wonky. Does that make sense? That's generally the reason why you don't just see, oh, why don't you just make a bigger one? Stuff starts to break down. Scale, you start to run into scale problems and whatnot. I mean, that's just with material properties. That's not with propellant masses. That's not with, like engines. It's hard to make a rocket engine bigger. It's hard to do. I mean, you needn't look no further than the Saturn V with the F1 engines, man. The F1 engines are nutso. Cube square rule. The structural strength of an element is proportional to its cross-section, but the mass needs to support is proportional to its volume. That's it. That's why I said, like, oh, size matters in bacon. Yeah, that's a really big thing, dude. You can't just make a bigger rocket. Rockets don't scale very well. Which is why you see like something like Starship with 33 engines rather than one gigantic freaking engine. I mean, then there's propellant feeds, there's turbine impellers, like there's a lot of material science that makes this a little bit of a difficult problem to solve. Okay. It's that dang physics. I'll tell you whose problem it is. That damn physics equation. That damn Sasquatch. Alright. Sorry, I'm not really giving my best answers for stuff right now because this is taking up a lot of bandwidth, so to speak. Apologies.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Hey, Maggie, what's up, dude? 79 months. How you doing, buddy? Turns out this shape is really difficult to get right. Just remodeling you're remodeling your house? Cool, man. Right on. That's neat. That's why that seam is all messed up. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. How goes the build? Nick, it's going alright. I figured out that some of my scale pieces that we made aren't exactly right, so we're correcting that mistake. But this requires crazy sleight of hand to get this right. This is like, you have to be like first person shooter precise here to get this correct. Because I have to match the rotation of the edge in front of us, right? And then we also have to, yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, but if you're looking at the other side, we have an overlap right there. There. That should be more or less right. I just hate how there's such a gigantic freaking seam right here, but it's got, most of it's going to be behind the nacelles anyway, so it's not that big of a deal.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Minion. What's up, buddy? Really want to get work done on this, man. Really want to get this thing figured out. All right. Okay, save. That's 2 rows. Now let's move this back here. What does this row look like? It is, yeah, Milo, it's a difficult one, man. But we can get it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, hey Rug, 69 months. Minion with a 70, Rug with a 69. Nice. Nice. Okay, now let's rotate this next one up into position. And then take the one behind that and rotate it down so we don't see it, so I don't get confused. Okay, let's roll. We need to match this piece. And then we need to rotate this piece so it's coplanar, piece in front of it. Sometimes you have to rotate it or translate it just a little bit. That's actually not bad. Inspect the seams on the first one. Seams are good. Seems good, man. You know what? Just so I don't lose my place, I'm just going to put a flag on parts that we've already checked. Like that I've already moved, just to make sure I'm not doubling my work. We'll just kind of put a QA mark on it. Okay, that piece is in the right spot. I had a compliment on my mustache. It felt awkward. What? There's nothing wrong. Just say thank you. Thanks, man. Awesome. Alright, cool. What's VSR3 mean? Okay. That piece is cleared. Now this next one. Hey Pierto, what's up, dude? I'm kind of like super deep into a wing tessellator build here. The tessellator builds for Star Raker. Yeah, it turns out that the underside of this is a little bit more complicated than previously thought. I mean, you know, go figure. Didn't see that one coming. Stamp of approval. Wait. I'm putting flags down on this stuff, guys, so I can tell where, like, what pieces I've worked on. I find myself sometimes just manipulating the same piece over and over again, because it's tough to keep track of this in your head. Wait a minute. Take the seals off these two pieces. There's a nasty seam right there. This part is not rotated in the right position. Okay, there we go. Or no, not that one. All right, next. Okay. I think this piece needs to come down a little ways. Getting these transition shapes where it kind of bends a little bit, those are really difficult. But I will persevere. Once again, the flags on there are to basically show parts that I've already messed with. It's making it, it's there so I don't end up doing twice the work. Is that another shot? Did he say the thing again? Man, if it's something that I'm saying a lot right now, because I'm trying to think about this and I keep saying over and over again that it's tough, and you keep taking shots from that, you're really not going to have a good Monday, okay? You're going to have a pretty bad Monday. I really, really suggest people not do that. Don't do that, please. Cheers. Oh, God. Don't do that. Nope. All right. Hey, just got back to headquarters, really hoping the mechanic can take care of everything. Okay. I wish I was down there with you, man. I'd be able to help, but it's, yeah. We just work on a little bit of it every day. I mean, that's, if I were you, that's what I'd be doing in my spare time. I'd just be working on the truck. You should come down. We got rockets. Oh, shut up. You just want me to fix your stupid truck. That too, but also rockets. Okay, that's good. That's good too. I know I just messed with something that has the finish tag on it, but this looks terrible. Okay, that row is finished. Let's take the finish tags off of it, and we'll save the tags for the next row. It's good enough. I mean, it's not... Undo doesn't work. Undo will break things like it always does. I misclicked. Kerbal misclicked on me. I clicked on the flag and the game thought I selected the wing. Either that or I'm going cross-eyed and I selected the wing by accident. It's stuff like that that really makes this hard. It makes this very stressful. It sucks. And we're gonna sit here and fiddle with it over and over again until it's right. We just have to redo it. Might as well just reload. It sucks. That's like a punch to the freaking gut, man. I lost all that. Oh, boy. That sucks. Whatever. No use crying over spilt milk. Let's keep going. Sometimes, you go to click and the game doesn't understand that you have the flag selected and it just selects the part behind it. You click right through. That hurts. You did save after the last row was done, though. Yeah, but not the one I was just working on. It's all good, man. Whatever. Just take another stab. So I'm gonna shut up for a second and just belt this out, okay? So yeah, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the music. I mean, fortunately, I'll do this better. Every time you try to do it again, you'll just end up making it better. Like, you're not going to make it worse than you did the first try, so that's, you know, take solace in the fact that, you know, it's not a complete waste of time. It's because, you know, like, iteration really makes it, iteration really explains all that. Like, the more you do something, the better you're going to get at it, right? So the second time around, you should see an exponential increase in the time or decrease in the time it takes to make it, because you know what to do. So, you know, you can take solace in that fact. Take a lot of solace, and then have Christmas in Hollis. What? Wait. Shut up. Shut up. Shit it. Quantum of solace. Yes, yes. Being honest, and I'm sure a lot can concur, but I've lost track of the hours I've sat here watching you move pieces like this, and strangely enough, it never bores you. It's the payout, Kiggy, but I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the payout is where it's at, dude. Seeing this thing fly is going to be so freaking worth it. Yeah, see, as we get up here, closer to the edge of the wing, this is a much flatter shape, so the curves aren't nearly as much. They're not as bad. They should be a little bit easier to manage, just like they were before. There we go. And this seam is just, that seam right there is just the guide pieces. So I think I was trying to align to them before, and that's, yeah, not really what we want. just hope this wing does what I think it's going to do. It should pull. Having a curved surface on the back like this should pull the wing. It should make us want to nose up, having a lot of slant back here, and then having a lot of flat up here, and then having a lot of flat up here with slant down like this. This should pull, and this should pull this way, but this should pull this way even more, so it should make us nose up when we pulse the engines. Some of these seams aren't very good. I shouldn't mess with them like that. That's gonna make more seams. Alright, I won't worry about this because that's out at the edge of the wing. Okay, so let's just leave that. Alright, save. Jeepers creepers. Music link. Oh, Hey Nazlik, I'm doing all right, man. I'm kind of like deep in thought right now. Thanks in chat. Yeah, no problem, Peaceful. Kind of really, really deep here. Hashtag deep even. Getting this last one right is going to be super, 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 super important. Because that's going to define basically what our control surface shape is going to look like. You know what? I'll just go through and get this one. Man, I hope Kerbal understands this. You reckon this will rake some stars? I hope so. I really hope so. I know I shouldn't have screwed with this piece. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do it anyway. We do have a little bit of a crooked seam up here. Yeah, that's why That's why it was messing up. That's why that seam didn't look right. I think we're going to have to do more massaging out here, but I'll finish this part, the part that we know needs to be out here like this. Let's get it on a local orientation, and then take the last segment and just move that down. We're going to have to do more work out here because I don't think this should be as diagonal as it needs to be, or as it actually is. These parts kind of have to come up and over, and they need to all be kind of flat by the time it gets to here. Either that or the wing gets super skinny out by the edge. Yeah. We'll see. Hey, look, we got a Falcon 9 at a regular time. Wednesday at 8, Thursday at 3. Hey, Magic Shadow. Boof. Alright. Let's roll. Yeah, having the back profile defined here with a kind of these straight wings, yeah, this is improving workflow. Pretty good, actually. And that should make it so when we place the nacelle, it actually looks really, really good. Okay. Oh man, this is time consuming work, dudes. It is, yeah, very time consuming. I just hope it pays off. Sometimes I've worked on wing tessellation on designs and we go to take it off and it just noses itself right down into the runway. I'm not going to say that that hasn't happened before. Let's just say that the K90 wasn't my first attempt trying to make something like this. I made the project before the K90 trying to do this was the K48, and I took the K48 off the runway, we pitched up, I throttled up, and then it nosed right into the ground. Yeah. I ended up having to take the tessellated wing that I made on the K48 and actually flipping it upside down, which, yeah, that was sucky. That wasn't fun. That wasn't fun, to say the least. That was not a good time. Hey, not bad. Not bad. We got a little ways to go, but... Come on. I don't know why they need to move left front to back here, but it's just probably the wings not being like perfect triangle, not perfect triangles, but like the pivot points and stuff. Sometimes you get seams when you try to make 3 or 4 shapes go together. It's like how when we made this seam down here, the seam isn't perfectly straight. It kind of goes down a little bit to get the shape right. Okay. All right. Sweet. Now, the next piece, like if we made this go all the way back, the next piece is only going to go out to here. So let's take this and let's rotate this piece in here. The reason why it's not going to go all the way out there is because of the control surface. So with this one, all we got to do is just line it up to the top wing for the most part. Like this one just needs to rotate a little bit. Perfect. And set that as our defining shape. Save, 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 save. Oh, thank you, James. Oh, that almost sucked. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. Did I mention thank you? You the real MVP, James. Nope, that seems no good. There we go. Oh no, 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 no. This shape isn't right at all. What am I doing? No, it's still not right. What am I doing? Hey, hey. I think I might be starting to get a little impatient in the wing tessellation. Either that or I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, you know. Don't walk into the light at the end of the tunnel. Wait, wouldn't that be the exit of the never mind. See if we can get them to kind of meet up. Oof. Oof. No. Try to keep it even for the most part. How did I screw up the seam this bad? I don't understand. Like, I look at it 1 second is good, then I go down the line and then I look back at it and it's terrible. I mean, once again, the engines are going to be here, so you're not going to see this very much, but it is important to get the shape right. Alright, cool. We can get rid of those. What the hell? Why is this all crooked? Ugh. Or it's the headlight of the oncoming train. Maybe. I need to do another pass. That looks atrocious. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's just... Dude, not even there. Like, this needs to be... Wow. That's pretty bad. That doesn't look bad. There's a little bit of a seam right there that I probably could have done better on by just moving this down a smidge and then rotating it in. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I messed up every other seam doing that, so that's, you know, that's good. Part count, we're at 1,535 parts, but that's, once again, I have all the jigs and all these other pieces, which are probably about 1,000. Nah, Lex, I'm just trying to go too fast, that's all. I want to get this done. Alright. We'll get it, chat. We'll get it. There we go. That's much better. Hey, King Crown, what's up? Do you think this will be less or more parts than your other SSTO? This is probably going to be more parts than the K33. But not the K33 with, like, its whole pad, dude. Probably not. Much better. It's just a little, we did a little detail pass right there. There's just a gigantic seam on my front leading edge right there. But, you know, we'll do the right thing, just pretend it's not there. Did you see Everyday Astronaut's latest video? No, I have not. I have not. No. Alright, I think it's safe to be able to trim this. Alright, let's get rid of the guide wings. We don't need those. Yeah, that explains the big seam. There's a part that wasn't exactly in the right spot. But now we can do a detail pass. That isn't necessarily a screw up because I didn't really have anything to go off of. These wings came out actually okay. That seems pretty good. There's just a little bit of seamage right there, but for the most part, it's not the worst. We can just do a quick detail pass here. There. I don't know why these things came out all crooked. Whatever. Just leave it. It's fine. Looking good. Save? Yeah, I just did. Not bad. Really, that's not bad at all. My one big problem now is fuel tanks. We have a big problem with the fuel tanks. Because we do not have that much more space for said fuel tanks. That could be an issue. Yeah, that could be a problem. And we still haven't figured out our wing leading edge, but we'll get to it. But also, now we're starting to get somewhere, which is good. That's a good thing. Looks like she'll do the Kessel run in 7 parsecs. Yeah! yeah, of course. There. That's actually a good bit of shape figured out there. That's nice. We're gonna have to figure out some control surface action going on over here, but that's not too big of a deal. I noticed I'm noticing a little seam right there, just a teeny bit. That's just probably gonna screw up the rest of the seams, but yeah, that's par for the course with us, huh? Okay. Alright, dude. Alright, dudes, that's it. That's a lot of that done. I didn't think that this would come out as good as it did, but it did. Just kind of making a guide for more or less where I want the next piece to be really did come into its own. That's actually really nice. Alright, where's my engine section mock-up? Yep, still fits. But we figured out that the engine section needs to be a little bit wider. And we need to work on our spacing for the engines. Shouldn't be too hard. Now we just need flat packed fuel tanks. I have no idea how we're gonna get any useful amounts of fuel in this thing, dude. That's gonna suck. A lot. That's gonna really suck. Yeah. Yeah, that's not gonna be very fun. Super clipping for the win. We might have to get the right fuel density and stuff, man. Because Hydrolox versus, well, from Kerbal 2, we know that this is supposed to be similar to methane, right, in terms of fuel density. So yeah, this is gonna be a little tough. But now that we have this shape, the back of it defined pretty well, that's really, really not bad. Now that we have the back of this defined, I think we should go jump back here and work on the engine section. Yeah, that's we gotta work on this. So the fairing, we said the fairing goes basically to the back there. That's pretty much right. I think we might need another couple bits of wing tessellation down here, because if I'm looking at the back of Star Raker correctly, it very much looks like it's all one fluid shape. Like it kind of goes, bulks out a little bit, but nope. Chungus. Yeah, see? That's all one kind of shape. Alright, Sun Temple. See you, buddy. See you, buddy. Okay. Take our mock-up engine section and get it out of the way. And now I'm honestly going to take our mock-up nacelles and get those out of the way too. We'll just rotate them out of position. Whoa, look at that, dude. Oh, that's good. That's really nice. How does the front of the wing come together? Willie, I haven't figured that part out yet. I haven't figured that part out yet. But, you know, in good time. Looking bees, thanks, man. Okay, so those are old engine mounts. We don't want those. We need to work on the engine section. So that fuel tank, where is that fuel tank attached? It should be attached to the fairing. Okay, it is. And now this fuel tank right here, that bad boy, should be attached to that bad boy. Cool. That's grandparent strutted. All right. That gives us an open attachment node on the end of the fuel tank. Good. So, let's finalize some engine section. Hey, Desagray. Thank you. We might need to move our mock-up engine section back into position, but yeah, okay. Nope, not the right one. This one is right. There we go. Fuel flow display helps. Yeah, you're right, dude, but I'm not, that's not exactly what I'm messing with right now, Aquilux. I'm talking structure, not flow. See, I have a jig down here where I can just rotate pieces and shapes back into position, see? Hey, that's not bad. That's pretty damn close to what we needed to end up with. Nice. The bucks actually came out pretty good. Let's see. Dude. Yeah. Not bad. We figured out that we needed a little bit more shape in there, but not bad. That wing, it's looking good. Thanks, man. Thank you. Save. Yep. All right, so that's the end of the hierarchy, of the mainline hierarchy. So here's what we'll do. I need an engine section, so I'm thinking, you know, we might as well, maybe we could fit, where are you? Hey. There we go. Where do you go? Nah, that would be good for the ohms pod, but no. Okay. I think I'll end up keeping this back here, and we'll build the engine section structurally off of this thing. So grandparent part it, and then it probably is a good idea to couple that fairing shape to the rest of this, but here's what we're gonna do. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Oh. These are going to be our mounts. We need to make sure the mounts are on the center line. Turns out you need rockets to point through the fuel tanks. That's kind of important. Alright, now let's rotate the engine section up in position. That's centered on that one. Now move this one. There we go. That's centered on that one. So that's the engine spacing that we need. Now, I want to use Mammoth engines or Mastodon engines because they're the right size. I think they look good and I think they're the right size. We need a 1.8 meter nozzle exit per our plans. I thought shuttle engines would be good, but these Mammoths, the shuttle engines are not the right size and they're not going to give us the right TWR that we're looking for. Now we could just make a custom shuttle engine with a fairing nozzle that fits the diameter, but then the plume won't look right. Those are fine. They're fine. Yeah.
Discovery, go
Cool.
and throttle up.
Hey, Vulcan, I'm going to steal your engines and slap them on New Glenn. Which engines? These? Or the Shrubber engines? The F1s. Oh, yeah. You should do that. You should do that. Nothing bad will happen. It'll be perfect. It's a really good idea. You should do this. Thanks for the 44, man. How you doing? 7 F1 New Glenn. What could go wrong? Heat. Heat. Man, just read some stuff about Star Raker. Didn't know about it. What an absolutely awesome thing. It's just crazy enough to be a Kerbal project, Alessander. That's kind of where I'm at. It's just crazy enough that I would say in real life, this you're nuts to try to do this. But in Kerbal, oh no. That makes perfect sense. Strato launcher next. Okay. Think about it. Okay. All right. That's good. So now we have to make a structural piece off of this. So I'm thinking wings might not be the worst idea. I mean, let's just take our connector piece. Those basically should be clipped like directly onto each other. Oh, they're not. Oh yeah, okay. That's all right. That's fine. That's fine. This shuttle cockpit might not be the right thing to use. Because it's going to clip too far out of the back. Then again... Just clip it in position. And that's going to be covered. You won't see it. And then internal struts need to go in 3x symmetry from here to there. To the 5-meter tank. There we go. I'm not sure I'm liking the shuttle piece there, but it is good homage to the actual thing. Yes, homage. Is the 3 Mastodon engines going to be enough? We're probably going to need to do some overclocking action, Super. Yeah. We're going to need to do a little bit of overclocking, but, however, they're the right size, and the performance is okay. 305 vacuum, but the TWR is honestly what we're going to need. But if, then again, maybe we should find another 1.8 meter nozzle and then just overclock the snot out of it. Like what's that? The mainsail is 310. The Wolfhounds are 380, Super overclocked Wolfhound would be your friend. It would be something, dude. Here, let's play. While we're here, now's the time to do it. I still have my motor mounts there. Let's try something a little bit different. All right, there's the tri-coupler. Let's try doing it this way. OC'd Wolfhounds could do it, dudes. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be one ridiculous. It's gonna be ridiculous. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. There, that's the spot that we need the engine to be mounted. Interesting. The nozzles on the Wolfhounds aren't the same size as the Mammoths, or the Mastodons. Interesting. And it shouldn't make that much of a difference. It's... meh. Whatever. I mean, we're gonna need to, like, go to 200% overclock with these things. It's gonna need to be insane. Alright, so now we need struts and 4x symmetry to... These struts will tie the fairing shape together. Is overclocking just going to make a bigger problem that you said fuel was already going to be a problem? Overclocking Wolfhounds? No. They have 380 specific impulse. If anything, it'll help us. Yeah, it'll help us, dude. Hopefully. Because, yeah, we're overclocking them, and the Wolfhound engines are heavy, but if we overclock a Wolfhound to be as powerful as the Mastodon engine, then, yeah, we basically get a Mastodon engine at 380 second specific impulse. Yeah, that's the big reason why I want these. It's... yeah, it's a good idea. These are going to need to have one righteous freaking motor mount, though. Yeah, these things are really going to push. We probably should get another set here that does something like this. And then another set here. These nacelles need to be structural, or else, yeah, we're going to have a bad day. The center engine is strutted to the fairing and it's pushing up against it, so I'm not too incredibly worried. Now what we need to do is we take this, we need to transfer the load up the stack. So we take this and we strut through the... oh, crap. Hang on. Please hold. 2 clicks. The thing to note, don't dismiss the usefulness of the wings. You may not need as much TWR as I might think. Maybe? I think, maybe. That's strutting to the fairing, and that's okay. That's what I want. Alright, now take you. 3x symmetry. I'm going to build this just like a rocket body. There we go. That's strutted to the 5-meter tank. So it struts through the 375 tank into the onto the 5-meter tank. That should make this thing super strong. And now what we'll do here is we're on the top of the 5-meter tank. Go into 3x sim. And strut to the fairing shape. That was weird. I don't think I broke anything. Okay, cool. Now just take these and make sure they're symmetrical. There we go. All right, excellent. Now, from the top of the 375 tank, right? This stupid wing, the stab thing is in the way. And that's attached to that. Frick. Okay. Please hold. Chat, hold on to your butts. Cool. Now we can toggle the H stab shape, or the V stab shape, and yeah, there we go. Perfect. Cool. I just needed to put it on a control piece like this, and then just flip it out of the way for a second. Now we need to go and take a look. All right, so now opposite, main structure should be opposite this. And then that should go to the fairing. Tri-sim grandparent strut. I don't know why that strut started with a rotation, but whatever. Okay, cool. Structurally, that should do it for the engine section. That should be good enough. I'm always strutting my stuff. That's right. Okay, these back buck pieces I think we can get rid of. So I have them in older versions in case we need them. So dump that one. Dump that one. This one we actually didn't get that far off. But yeah, we can get rid of it too. Cool. And as we go further and further, we get rid of more and more of this. I am kind of worried about one thing here. I think getting all those inside of the fairing is probably a good idea. It's going to shift our mass around a smidge, but no. Oh geez, people are playing KSP 1 over 2. Are they fixing 2 at all? 2 times on the day, fellas. Yeah, Parsnip. Yeah, big patch is coming out on the 22nd, so next week. Yeah, got good stuff coming. Cool. All right. So now the mounts. I think that's 2 for the day, Jackson, unless you saw one that I didn't. Did I miss one? Sorry if it's an annoying question. Nah, Parsnip, I just keep track of how many times that gets asked, dude. It's all good. Nothing on you or anything. Don't worry about it. If you care to know, I get asked that basically once an hour every day. Yep. And we have the stats to prove it. We have the stats to prove it. Need to put a little counter on the screen. Well, if I put a little counter on the screen, no one's gonna. People are. That's gonna screw with our focus group. That's gonna tweak the results because people will do it as a joke, or the people that actually want to ask that question won't ask the question because they see it and go, "Oh my gosh, he must be asked a lot. I'm not gonna ask him." No. That's gonna ruin our control. It's only science if you write it down. What if we record it on a VOD? Sorry about all my spam a couple hours ago. I was in and out of work calls and didn't know if you saw it. It's all right, Rizzik. All good. All good, man. No problem. Harder to quantify in the future. Man, and what sports do they play where you're from where they like to move the goals around? That's really weird. Well, it's a really challenging sport. How's wing designing going? I just finished CSI Starbase and J58 videos. I still don't fully understand how the normal leads to the highest pressure recovery, but it's not urgent, so you're kind of in the zone right now. Don't worry about it. I'll bug you later. Okay. Sounds good, man. Now we gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna mount all these damn engines to. For me, that would be the project team at work. Yeah, right? It's weird. Well, it's weird how that keeps happening. That does look the part, though. We just got to build out the nacelles. Now I'm figuring out. Now I'm trying to figure out where we want to build out all the parts. Like where do we want them to go? I still have my mock-up nacelles down here, but they're all banged up from. Yes. This is the part that I selected, obviously. Let's think about this. How would we want this to go? I don't want to mount to the wings. We need a thrust structure back here that's not gonna wreck this thing. We could push on the fuel tank. That would probably be the best part to do it. So let's take a look here. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 apart. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Cool. Okay. Save. Go into here like this. Go into the subassembly. Get the shrubber engine. Get it to the point of rotation is right on that piece. Alright, so those are superfluous parts. We don't need those. Those are just there to make it look cool. And then I think there's a battery in the subassembly up here somewhere. Yeah, we need to get rid of that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Alright, cool. Save. Shrubber? I hardly knew her. No, that doesn't look... That doesn't look right. It doesn't look right with the wolfhounds there. $87 from Hip, though. Thanks, man. Thanks, Pano. Three ticks in. Wolfhounds are the OMS. No, I wanted them to be my main engines with an overclock on them, but they don't look right next to these things. I might copy that fairing shape and put the Wolfhounds inside of that, but I'm not sure how well that's going to jive clipped inside of another fairing, dudes. Alright, undo these struts, first of all. Because if we start messing with this, yeah, it's not gonna... $19 away, right? 1, 2... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. Can't be. Okay. It'll be easier to mount the engines out here. That's almost exactly placed. Perfect. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. Let's try Paul Allen's card. Hey Moose, what's going on, buddy? I'm just trying to get this right. There we go. One more for the shrubber. Okay, now we just gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yo, mama, that's cool. Running into a little bit of clipping problems up there with the mounts, but what's the reason you keep taking from subassembly instead of copying the part? It's got a fairing, DeJong? Yeah, the fairing is really screwing that all up. Alright, so now that all the motors are mounted, take this absolute, turn it right down. Nice. That certainly looks the part. Let me see what happens if we just move them, tick out just a little bit. Okay, I think we got our spots. She ready for a test flight? Nah, she's still missing a lot, Curtis. Still missing a lot, buddy. But that, dude, that's gonna look freaking crazy. Gap is a little bit larger between 1 and 2. Okay. Nice. It's good, man. That's really good. This is good. That's insane. This thing is nuts. How the frick is this thing gonna fly? Like, how are you guys gonna get this to fly? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure we can figure it out. Like, somebody actually thought of this. Somebody looked at this and said, yeah, we should do that. It's a good idea. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You have to be absolutely nuts to think this thing is gonna do what you think it's gonna do. And you know what? Like, I'm almost about that. That's, like, about that life. That's pretty cool. Just launch it. No! Shut up. No! Take those off just for a second. Unreal. Whew. This is a lot of I want to go fast. You know what? I'm about it. I'm about it. That's cool. If I buy ad time, will you launch instead of playing ads? Nope. Nope. Now make them the orange fairing. I don't want to. I like the way this glows against the green. But you seem adamant on doing that anyway, so. Yeah. I'll meet you in the middle at the black and white. I'll meet you in the middle. Now that, yeah, that's pretty cool. There we go. Hey, Racer. What's going on, man? Alright, well, let's get the nacelle figured out while we're here. There's this weird kink in the wing right there with the nacelle that shows up in the plans, but I'm not 100% sure why it's there, but we'll build the nacelle around it and we'll see. Stolen radiator. The fairing is the heat sink, Louiso. Just like the real design. There's no need for a radiator. That's a waste of time and parts. The fairings, they're the heat sink. Yeah. The fairing will conduct all the heat. Fairings have 2600K. They're a heat sink. Yeah, because we were toying with that when we did propulsion testing, dude. Right? The fairing's just gonna sap up all the heat, dude. It's pretty cool. Racer, you were talking to a guy who turns out he was one of the original Skunk Works team for the SR-71. Cool, man. That's awesome. Okay. Look at this frickin' junker of an airplane. I'm still a little bit worried that our center of lift is way in the wrong spot. And our center of mass is way too far back. But that's because we have full fuel tanks there. And I'm still a little paranoid about that peeking out the bottom right there, but it's okay. Center lift will get better once you build. Yeah, if we build this part out up here and then put the fuel tanks in, it should put everything in line. Still don't have an exact idea about the wing leading edge. I'm not really sure how we're going to do it. Control surfaces are still a... who knows? Alright, so no. I'm gonna need another structural piece in here. And that structural piece has to be pretty damn strong. The girder segment should do us right. Now those are attached to that 375. It's a turbo. Oh man, we built up some boost there. Did you hear it? Whoa. Woo! Bless you. Thank you. Built up some boost in the charge pipe. Woo! So all right, let's build our nacelle off of this piece here. Mount it right in the center of the nacelle on the number 3 engine, right there. Now the nacelle we shouldn't need any tessellation for this for the nacelle at all. There shouldn't be any. Yeah, this should be really. I'm gonna jinx myself, but I was about to say this should be really easy to make. shouldn't have said that. Should I? Shouldn't have said that. That's almost the right size. But note how I built like one structural piece and then I started building the wing shape on this? The reason why I built it and I mounted everything to that girder segment right there is because if you grandparent strut that girder segment, right, it grandparents to the 5-meter tank, or the fairing, the back fairing right here. If we grandparent strut every single one of these wings, and I actually have to remake them because I have to tell them to be grandparent strutted, it's going to strut this game sometimes though. It's going to strut every single bottom piece to the fuel tank because that's its grandparent part. So annoying. Big shuttle ones can do it, but you can try the rectangular big ones stacked on top of robotic hinges. Yeah. What the f- KSP is trying my patience. I am very disappointed. I jinxed myself, someone. I did, didn't I? You caused this. It is my own fault, isn't it? Is trying your patience. It's trying your patience. What? Patience. Patience. What? It's 6:02. Do you know where your RAM is at? We've been at this for 6 hours already? What the frick? How's that possible? Where? Wait. No, that can't be right. What? Why? JSpeed is lying. It's only 3:03. It's fine. Yeah. Thank you, someone. Yeah. This guy, though. How dare he? What are you doing, man? What's wrong with you? How dare you lie to me? Think someone would do that, chat? Just go on the internet and tell lies? 5 hours of camera slip? No, it wasn't! No. Hey! Hey! Why do you hate me? What did I do? Alright, so before we go any further, I'm actually going to set that to grandparent strut. So... Damn it, Atomic. Why you do that to me? What did I... What? The disrespect. Alright. Hey, Bandit. I'm alright, dude. How are you? This thing's giving me... Star Raker's giving me a little bit of a headache, but... Other than that, we're doing alright. We've actually made some pretty damn good progress. The most progress I've made in a little while. And... Yeah. Made a good amount of progress. RJ, what's up, buddy? Why is it always the last axis? Away. While you were making Star Raker, I was making bacon cheeseburgers. Oh. Can you share? You want fries with that, baby? That'll be $8. You want fries with that? That's a lot of nuts! You just left with nuts. Wrong wing type? I wanted those there. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, I suppose... It doesn't really matter, but... We can always do this. It might be easier to line it up. And I suppose these wings are a little bit wider, so... Say goodnight, Floppy. Alright, save this. How does it look? Yep, we don't need this one. Wicked. Added solar panels to your shipyard concept. Let me see. It looks good, man. That's coming along. You're doing a good proper build. Aren't you going to need to tessellate the bottom at least to get the curved bendy shape of the bottom of the nacelle? What? What do you mean, someone? It looked like the nacelle had a curved, smooth bottom. By every single account, dude, it doesn't. Maybe it. Oh no! Don't tell me it gets a little. I might just say screw it and keep that edge nice and straight. Every other thing that we've seen shows that those things are really, really straight. See what I mean? No, that's the wing. Okay, cool. I was getting a little upset, like not upset, I was getting a little worried there for a second. I'm like, no, please. We need to clean up some shape in here. That's no problem, though. Also, ignore the curvy bit. It's not real. It can't hurt you. I'm telling you right now, that curvy bit is not real. Got rid of the mastodons for now. We're still trying to figure it out. Yes, Pato. TMFINR. Timfner. Not real. I'm telling you, though, that curvy wing box is not real, right? I don't care what you think. Oh, boy. Memes. Spicy. Look at this. This is getting to look quite nice, actually. This is okay. Yep. This is starting to look pretty good, man. CPU is going to have a stronk? No, it'll be fine. You know what I was thinking though? We might not need this, the back piece. We might not need it. Remove all I-beams. Well, Pato, I don't want to do that just yet. It says 1339, dude, but I have the entire jig right there that shows the outline and the shape. That's probably good for 600-700 parts. Actually, maybe about 5. But yeah, no, we're not at 1337 right now. Oh, no. Hold on. That needs to be... Let me just... Give me 1 second. Just there we go. Now it's good. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I fixed it. We're fine. Oh, that is spicy looking. That is spicy looking. Look at that one, Chad. Oh boy. That's very nice. I need to look at some of the renders though. Yeah, fuselage is independent. Okay. Needs the OMS engines too. I'm working on it, pal. There we go. Good. Oh yeah. We gotta shore it up here, but I wish you could just snap your fingers and it was done. Yeah, believe me. Me too. That's okay. It's okay. That's not bad. Maybe one tick out. Cool. Alright, not bad. It looks good, dudes. Yeah, this looks really nice. Pretty happy. It looks like there is a set of wings, though, that does come out here and flattens around the back section. So we might need to tessellate a little bit back here, but that's okay. And then, you know, this is good because this gives us another edge. I was going to say this gives us another edge to hold against, to hold the wing shape against. So we could smooth out the wing shape even more. Now that I have a more finished nacelle. Yeah, see, I gave it a little bit too much relief. That's okay. That's okay, though. Like, that's fine. This is good. Really good. Yeah, I'm saving. Good. Hey Den, what's going on? We made some pretty righteous progress on this today. I'm actually really, really happy. We need to roll out of this version, perhaps a Gate Guardian. It needs probably about 100 struts together to get this to work, to get this to do what we want. I'm kind of on a roll, Pato. I'm thinking maybe work this wing out. I mean, the other thing that we could do is just extend this up, but yeah, there needs to be a lot of struts in here. Starting to look the part, though. So, let's start sculpting. This piece needs to be like this piece needs to be down Or no. No. It needs to go even forward even more. Yeah. Okay. I really wish we could make the nacelles out of something different that wouldn't screw us on part count so hard, but are you going to use your panel tool for this? The wings don't like it. They don't jive very well. Panels, though. Panels do just fine. But, yeah, the wings don't really work to our advantage, RJ. Kind of sucks. I tried making a panel tessellator to it. Basically, it doesn't work very well with non-equilateral triangles. Either that or I forgot. Another likely scenario is that I forgot how to do panel tessellation. Yeah, that also could be a thing that I forgot. I just straight forgot how to do it. I can't even imagine the fueling process. How much fuel do you want? Yes. I mean, it would take hours to fill the damn thing. Yeah, that's fine. That's gonna have to be pushed up a little bit because of the weird shape, but that's okay. Nice. Okay. Just sit back, chat, and enjoy the smooth jazz. Chat, do you like this smooth yas? It is very yas-tastic. Feel like this would use so much fuel you could tether it, fill it up while it rolls down the runway. Yeah, right? Listen to the smooth yas. It's very good. Imagine refueling this in the air. Cryogenic in-flight refueling sounds like an extremely bad idea. Yes, weather guy, we need you to play Yas flute. Yes. Yes, 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 flute. Mr. Burgundy, need you to play Yas flute. Actually, that song is really good. Quick side note. This actually should probably, yeah, there we go. And then once we figure out the wings up there, man, this thing's gonna look pretty good. The game lagged for a second and I felt it lag and I was like, nah. See if we can just get away with using the small piece on the last one. It's a different wing shape. No. Nope. I hate it. Nope. Let's not do that. Ever. I hate that I have to use this way. Whatever. We can use these pieces to hold stuff in together. That's just excessive on the part count, dude, for not a lot of extra part. Alright. Let me just check something. Hit the save button, and I'm going to get rid of that. Oh no. It's at 800. See, yeah. I told you it was good for about 500 parts. We're at 800. Gonna be a monster. Yeah, we're going over 1,000 parts. Tessellation is just too much. Don't really have a choice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Louie, 10-month resub. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, this thing might end up being a very high part count. I was hoping we could get it done for like 900 parts, but no. With all the Kraken Tech systems that it's going to need. Hanging in there, how you been? I'm alright, man. I'm alright, I'm getting there. That sucks. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of these parts for now. Just, we'll see if we can massage the wing shape out a little bit better later. I mean, Pato, it's gonna be based off of what I just saw with building out the rest of the wing and whatnot. Shuttle wing tessellation? Dude, the shuttle wings aren't perfect. They're not perfect deltas, man. They're really... like... it really doesn't look good. Because it's not... it's an airfoil shape, so you're merging small into a large edge right there. I just don't think that looks really nice. With that being said, I might have to, which would really suck. See how you have that weird seam and stuff? I don't like it. I mean, it was suggested to do this. Tessellating this is tough. It's harder than doing this just because of the pivot point on these parts are in a weird spot. But guys, that might be what we need to do. Bust out the part welder? I really didn't want to do that. Like, really didn't want to do that. But we might need to go for lower fidelity or lower resolution, which would really suck. Especially since it took me so long to make this. This is something I'm gonna have to think about, dudes. Top of the wing high fidelity, bottom is low. That actually might not be a bad idea because the bottom of the wing isn't nearly as a weird shape. But now that I'm thinking about it, like the top of this isn't. I'm not sure, dudes. Balls. Use both and mix them together. They look terrible if you mix them. I even really don't like how those are all flat panels up there. I think that looks ridiculous. And considering we still don't have a leading edge. Hey, what's going on? That's actually a huge blow. This sucks. Might be able to use them for the nacelles, but welding it might not be the worst option. Passing, do we have a stable version of Part Welder working for this version of KSP? I really didn't want to. Keep going this way. Let's see if the CPU can handle it. What if you modeled the wings in Maya and made it yourself? I don't know if I want to do that. The old code should still check out. The other thing that we could do is just put straight parts up here. That would cut out probably, let's see, 4 rows, so 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, and then we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across, give or take. That would cut out 48 parts on either side, so that's 96 parts, and then just rebuild this as a flat shape and then start the wing tessellation off the end there. That's actually not a bad idea. Part count is becoming an issue, but I did get the nacelles up and running. XJ, they look pretty rad, dude. I think I might do that. Yeah, I think I might do this to get that shape right. Remove the panels from the inside of the nacelles. Nah, I don't want to do that. That's not a lot of parts. Also, that nacelle isn't touching anything, so yeah, that probably should be like that. Yep, we got to start pulling out tricks, dudes. This is going to be tough. But, yeah, good progress. Really good progress. It does look good, man. Where did our lift end up? Oh boy. Okay. We get these wings, we get that wing shape up here in the front. Get that thing done right. Yeah, could be a thing. There's not a lot of flat areas, dude, but yeah, that one actually is flat. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So that's 40 parts out. But yeah, mixing the texture makes it look a little strange. But yeah, we really don't have a choice here, man, do we? Well, the wing isn't finished. We have half of a wing. Yeah, predominant. We're running out of part count. Not running out. It's just without all the jigs and everything. So with the jigs, we're at 1353. Without all the jigs right now, we're at about 800. I wanted 900. I don't know if we'll get it. Can you save and check? Save and check what? I mean, we might be able to delta wing. We might be able to delta wing some of these parts, not those ones. Like the parts that are perfectly flat, we might actually be able to save part count in here twofold. If these things actually work how I think. For flat areas, I know this strip is actually flat. Those pieces are perfectly flat, so. Looks better with the bigger tries. I know. They're not the exact same. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna say they're not the exact same length or distance apart. Unless it's seeing that as the spacing. In which case, yeah, it's lining up perfectly at that point, but that's a hell of a seam right there. So this is a 20 part count reduction doing that. We were at 40 and now we're at 20. Put a flag over the top to cover the seam. Flags count as parts. They're physicsless, though, Louiso. They're a physicsless part. Why do you need to lower the part count? The game will get very laggy with a high part count. The simulation will start slowing down. Alright, that works. It's not a bad idea. It's not. That's actually a pretty good way to do things. Bottom of the engine scoop is flat too. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I really don't want to... Alright, screw this. Alright, let's go. R8, let's go. Revision 8. This is going to hurt after all that time, but we needed to do that to get to this point, and I can still go back if I don't like it, but... I didn't like that. That hurt. That hurt, but we'll save parts. We can save it. Dang it. If we don't like it, we'll go back. It's fine. Star Raker, shoot. Well, at least no one will blame you for swearing in my chat for your lack of ambition. Headmana, this project is just stupid enough to work in KSP. I don't think it would work anywhere else. It's just stupid enough to work in KSP, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, Star Raker is a monster. It's such a cool project. I really wish we had, you know, done it, but, you know, it's alright. There you go. That just cut out a lot of parts, dudes. Yeah. Honestly, CJ, flat underwing will save you a huge part count, and you generally don't see the underwing anyway. That's most reason why I was suggesting Mark II as the leading edge. She could flatten the whole underwing and it curves off. So, yeah, you're not saying anything that we didn't figure out already, Tessa, but yeah, I know. Yeah, I got it, man. I got it. It just hurt to do, man. That's all. Just hurt. It hurts. It hurts. Even that section you're playing with now, go for the flat hole lower surface. Tessa, you're saying go for a flat lower hole lower surface, and that's not. We don't have that shape. You're saying, oh, make it flat, and I'm like, it's a circle, and you're like, no, make it flat, and I'm like, I can't. It's a circle. No, you shouldn't make it flat. I tell you should make it flat the entire. And I'm like, that's a circle. Can't do that. We'll tessellate off of here. It'll work. Now, if you're talking about, like, maybe continuing the flat shape all the way out, yeah, maybe. Could save on some parts. I'm thinking lower res is needed here because it's flatter, Tessa, so I'm thinking, like, delta wings down here might not be the worst idea. Circles are flat. It's spheres that aren't. That's the best you could come up with. That's the best you got? Oh. Sometimes I wonder about you, man. The engine arrangement is giving XB70 vibes. I would hope so, Leafwork. It's made by the same company, dude. True story. Made by the same company. Yep. Looks good though. Yeah, I know. We pretty much have to. Dude, I don't really have a choice. I don't have a choice. Kinda sucks, but oh well. I'm just gonna start this over. I'm gonna get rid of that. That's crumpled up. It'd be better to just remake it. Just curious here. Save this. Just let me get rid of that. How much parts did we just save? 641. Yeah. Cut. About not 150 parts, but cut about 100 parts out. Not bad. Because we were at like 850 before. Now keep in mind, we still don't have a little bit of the underside wing, but I'd say probably add 100 back into that. So like 741 cut down from 850 is really good. That's what we're looking for. Test flight? No, not yet. This thing, all the wings aren't threaded together, Curtis. It'll just... All right. All right, let's just see. I just want to see how this ends up looking. Click-through made me just rip the entire back of the plane off, by the way. We tested it already, Louiso. It doesn't like it. But it's not the worst idea either. Like, it's not... That's not the best way to do that, but it's not the worst way to do it either. I was thinking of trying to use flags as the wing leading edge, dude. What about fairings like the K90? I could never get those aerodynamically to work really well, Core. That's kind of the problem with it. I'm super interested to see how these wings react drag lift wise. Yep. That's the $1 million question, isn't it, man? Alright, let's... get this more lined up with the, there we go. Did you see the mini raker I put together? Its leading edge is flaps. Let me see. I see what you did, Core. That's good, man. No, I know you wanted to see it. So you said it was flaps? Or leading edge is flags. Okay. You were using flat flags there, right? I was thinking using the curvy boys. Because if you look at like a 625 flag that's wrapped at maximum size, right? It's almost half of the wing leading edge. See what I'm talking about? Like, I think you only need 3 of those to completely... It might be a third. I think you need 3 of them to encompass something. Here, let's see. I think you need 3. Let me take a look. Biohazard. Biohazard. Yeah, it is. It's 3. No, you used 625s. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I see what you did. Got it. That right there might... Like, if we remove that from... Thanks, Kerbal. Very cool. Really appreciate that one. If we just kept 2 of them and then blended the wings in, that might be what we're looking for. We had a lot of parts to make up the whole leading edge. Yeah, a lot of physics-less parts. Tessa, a lot of physics-less parts. It wouldn't screw our part count completely. If your flags are on a series of octags as well. Yeah, okay. Might be able to get away with using the shuttle delta out here. That's... Yeah, maybe. Get rid of that piece right there. Pretty much puts it online. The shuttle delta out on the edge might not be the worst. You skip the octags, etc. with the piece of moving suit. That would be very difficult to get right, Tessa, because the wings are going to be in rotated positions. It would be tough to get that correct. My idea was to strut the sandwich layers together. Extra large flag panels could take up a lot of area. Yeah, not for a wing leading edge, but they definitely could. This fucking game sometimes, dude. I didn't click on that. I didn't click on it. It's just the game's lagging because we have 1100 parts in the editor. You also need to have movable wing edges. No. Movable wing edges. Might be time for a restart. Yeah. Yeah. There is an undo button crash. It breaks the game. Well, more specifically, it'll break my fairings. And mem leak the game. What happened to the bottom side of the wings? For part count optimization, Curtis, I figured out a better way to do them, which is good. But yeah, we'll fill them back in sooner rather than later. You'll see. Bite the bullet here on some of these. Ugh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey James, what's up, dude? Yeah, we start massaging this out here with these straight pieces on the edges. That is really going to get us what we're looking for, dudes. I could use rotation and tessellation with these things to pretty much get me the almost... It's going to be close. It's not going to be the exact leading edge, but it'll definitely be close. And then if I can get this line to be more or less straight, right? If we can get it to be more or less straight, then we can really... I can use flags. I could easily use flags as a leading edge. I like that. That's a good idea. Now, right here, this particular one, we might be able to get away with using a delta wing. On the very end of the wing tessellation. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good with that. In fact, we might be able to get away with just doing this on the very outside of the wing. Blend a couple edges here and there. Might get us what we want. Okay. Wait, what if we put this on top? Delta on top of a delta. Love seeing you brainstorm to find ways to make these designs really work. Keeps me coming back. I'm trying, John. I'm trying. This is a tough one, man. This is a hard project. Very, very difficult. But yeah, thanks, man. I actually don't really think that edge needs to be that crazy. I think it should be like this. So, you know what? I'm gonna adjust it accordingly. Concordedly. Ergo, vis-a-vis, concordedly. Look at those things down there, just jonesing, ready to go. Wait, did you just double delta? No, you saw nothing. You can't triple delta, delta, delta. No, you can't triple delta, double delta. You can't triple delta. La, 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 la. Mock. Yeah. Ing. Yeah. Bird. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Just forget about the last 15 seconds. I'm getting pretty massive Star Raker vibes off this behemoth. Really hope it works. All right. Cool. Me too, man. Guys! Alright, I'm gonna undo some of my work, but we have a copy of it, so it's not gonna hurt as much when I did rip the band-aid off. Oh, God! That hurt, yeah! Okay, that hurt a little bit, but I'm still alright. Come on, man, you're making me sick. 364 more days till hockey season. I gotta toughen up. God, that felt good. Yeah. Star Raker coming along. We're making some pretty big advancements on the wing shape here. It might not follow the exact wing angle of the real one, but honestly, yeah, it's some pretty damn good progress, if I do say so myself. Yeah, we're not following the wing angle exactly, and I'm not happy about that, but it's all right. But see how the leading edge line is it's pretty flat? That's going to be easy to trace with flags. That's going to be really good. These straked wings really always come through in a pinch like that. This is going to be easy to make a leading edge for. That's really where I'm kind of going with this. Now, honestly, that's going to leave the front wing in not a really good spot, or the bottom wing when we go to remake it again. It's not going to be fun for that, but, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That's the fun, you know? That's the fun. Do you ever listen to Tim Dodd's music off stream? Sometimes. Not very often, no. I find myself listening to like radio station music more often, aren't I? Yeah, Pato, I'm not sure how we're gonna make that thick edge though. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Actually, Mark II's for that part on their side, like what Tessa was saying, might not be the worst idea. Oh, that does look nice. Having that edge defined, oh, I don't hate it. The back of the large elevons work for an S. It work for a wing leading edge. Nah, that's a good idea though. That could work. PJ agreeing with me? No. Oh, shoot. He's here and he heard me. Damn it, chat. Shuttle strakes work. Yeah. Yeah, it's this shape right here. This part. This bridge piece right here. That's going to be difficult to make, but we can do it. We can do it. I just got to keep us following that wing line right there. I got to keep us following the I-beams for the most part. Now, like I said, it's going to get a little bit difficult to do it over here. But, like I said, that's pretty good, man. That's not bad. That is most definitely in the ballpark for what we're trying to do. That's good. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. So I'll make a deal. How about we test flight at the end of the stream? That's what I usually end up doing, Curtis. Yeah, we'll send it. We'll send it at the end of the stream. Sure. There's some wrinkles in the wing that I need to figure out, Cosmo. Like, we need to just work with some of the edges right here. But, yeah, this is definitely nice. Because, like I said, this captures that super straight edge that's on Star Raker's wing. Like, that's from Core's picture. And see that? The wing's pretty straight. It goes up a little bit. Has anybody made a KSP mod that integrates a custom wing shape feature at KSP 2? Procedural wings are something, that's an idea that's from KSP 1, dude. Of course there's a procedural wing mod. Who makes procedural wings though, Chad? I don't know who makes that one. Wrinkles, you mean character? No. This isn't a United Airlines 777. I don't want wrinkles. I don't want wrinkles in the fuselage. Cyborg got it. You guys know what I'm talking about? You want to see an oopsie doopsie? Where is it? Where is that picture? Where's the hard landing picture? Dang it. I can't find it. Basically, a guy landed a 777 really hard the other day for United, and it actually bent the fuselage. Actually, I don't think it was a it was a 767, not a 777. Yeah, here, take a look. This isn't the exact picture that we saw before, but yeah, see that? That's not good. Wrinkles in the fuselage is not. That's not good for it. Yeah, see that? We don't want wrinkles. We don't want. That's a write-off. We don't want wrinkles. That's bad for it. I thought it was United. I don't think it was United. Maybe it was ANA. Oh my God. Oh, that's. It was a 760. It was a United 767 into Houston. Yeah, look, that's so bad, dude. That's like this close from not being a good day. I mean, it's already not a good day, but that's not ideal. You said Houston? Oh, okay, that's the same plane. Oh, dude. Dude. No, that's so bad. Oh. Was there an external reason why this happened? I'm not sure. Check Napoleon's link. I don't see any links. Oh, there we go. AV Web. All right, let's get to this part.
767-3.
Oh, no! Oh, dude, what are you doing? No. Oh, Jim, I felt that. Yeah, your back, dude, I felt it. Dude, my back hurts today, and I felt it. Oh! Oh! No! Bro! What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you, nuts? Come on. I mean, I'm not saying I could do better, but jeepers creepers. What's this? Hell Hydra. If you haven't seen it, this is the EUS tank on the welding fixture. Oh. Safety punk, baby. Look at all those yellow rails. Space OSHA is very happy. Dude. EUS, baby. EUS. Also repost, are you sure that's not supposed to happen? I was actually told that carbon fiber composite pressure vessels can have a little wrinkling as a treat. A 767's made out of aluminum, someone. No, that's not supposed to happen. Procedural wings is maintained by the mod father. The mod father, buonasera. Buonasera. Cool. It looks like it might have been a crosswind. He overcorrected, but I've seen landings worse that are not considered hard landings. Yikes. Yikes. That's pretty rad, Hell Hydra. Yeah, look at the stir welding jig. So freaking cool, man. Look at how good the seamage is on that dome piece. That's impressive, dude. That is an impressive piece of engineering. You may not like it, chat, but this is what peak tank manufacture looks like. That's a really nice tank bulkhead. It's very well done. Weld. Ha ha. More band humor. Oh yeah, John? The underwater somebody submerged at D-155. But SLS bad. Yeah, I know, right? You want to see the underside of that dome? Oh boy, howdy would I? Dude, that is buff to a high mirror shine. You know what I'm noticing that's quite interesting about this, Hell? The barrel segments on the EUS have some concaveness to them. You see that? The barrel segment. That's very interesting. Oh, by the way, chat, this is a welding jig that we're looking at here. That actually reminded me. I have the green light from the Breminator to buy a welder. No, it's stir welded as far as I can tell, Tessa. It's stir welded. TIG? Well, no, Mr. Bond, I preferably would like to have something where you could do both. That's freaking sweet, dude. It's so, okay, it's the LOX tank. That's why it has some concaveness to it. Yeah, cool. That makes, yeah, it's 5 meter diameter. Yeah, the hydrogen tank's gonna be way bigger than this, dude. It's the LOX tank for, okay, Cosmo, hold on. NASA Exploration Upper Stage. So SLS right now has, please excuse my language, it has a little bitch boy second stage, okay? I'll take my time out. So the ICPS that's on board that SLS Block 1 has is a Delta IV derived stage. It's okay if you're just trying to send an Orion capsule around the moon, right? The EUS is, it's not exactly a scaled up, but it's version of this, but it's derived from this, and it's not, okay, so see that? First of all, I mean, that's a big stage, right? But this is the EUS. Let me see if I can find a better picture here. So we're looking at the LOX pieces to the LOX dome to this. That's this piece right here. See that? The LOX is inside of that insulated bit right there. So the ICPS, right? Let me show you a picture of the ICPS with an Orion on it, right? That's ICPS with Orion. This is what we had during Artemis 1. It's not bad. Once again, not a bad design if you're just trying to send an Orion out to the moon. That's the same capsule on that stage. Now, a little bit of reference. Orion's diameter is 5 meter. It's a 5 meter diameter. This is an 8.4 meter diameter hydrogen tank with a 5 meter diameter LOX tank behind it. 4 RL-10s. And this piece right here is a universal stage. It's called the USA, Universal Staging Adapter. The USA is a payload bay. It's a gigantic freaking payload bay. So we could do stuff like, you could do stuff like this. See that? See the S4B? So on the Saturn V, the S4B had something kind of similar on board, right? And it opened up, right? And they could pluck the lander off of the S4B. Now, you might not be able to do that with the EUS because it's not as powerful as the S4B. But the ICBS is a perfectly good upper stage and it's doing its best. It's a perfectly good upper stage for a rocket that's way smaller. It's a little bitch boy stage, right? The EUS is for winners. They should have made it. They should have made the EUS and the USA from the start, but more funding. Cosmo, this is a big stage. I've seen ICPSs up close, to be honest with you. I've seen them up close. They are large. And that's the small upper stage. I mean, look at the people next to it. It's big. It's bigger than you think it is. And don't get me, someone's right. This is an okay design. The ICPSs are good upper stages, but they're not good for SLS. This is good for Delta IV. And because it's Delta IV's upper stage. Now, don't get me wrong, the ICPS is a little bit stretched. It's a little bit longer than a regular garden variety Delta IV upper stage. But what are your thoughts on the Draco engine? Is the Draco sirloin the one that poops nukes out the back? I'm not really a fan of that. I think nuclear thermal is better. Oh no, Draco is nuclear thermal. Sorry. Yeah, I like that. When you're that careful, you pay twice in the end. Facts. Now, don't get me, like I said, the ICPS is a good stage, but SLS needs this. It needs the EUS. If you want to do anything useful in a single shot launch. How does it compare to the S4B in size? It's about the same length as an S4B. Yeah. But the EUS has RL-10s behind it, John. So way more efficient. Now you do have 4 RL10s, which is a little bit more complex, but check this out. The cool thing about the EUS is that it attaches to the stage below it right here. So think about this for a second. The liquid oxygen, the LOX stage right here, or the LOX tank, and the 4 engines are hanging inside of the inner stage on SLS. If they're hanging on the inner stage on SLS, the hydrogen tank is the only thing that's bearing the full load of the booster. This thing is just being pulled along by these struts right here. This makes it way freaking lighter. It's a way lighter upper stage because you don't need the LOX tank built in line for structure like you would with an S4B. S4B had a common bulkhead. This, despite being 2 separate tanks, actually saves you a ton of mass because your LOX tank isn't structural. It's not in the main load-bearing compression load on the stack. It's actually just hanging inside of the inner stage. So you can make your LOX tank less structural and as light, literally as light as possible. That's why this style of design is not bad. The ICPS does the same thing. See the LOX tank? It's just hanging. It's just hanging out. Smart. It's a smart way to do things. Basically, the hydrogen tank is acting as a load reactor, what's called a load reactor here. And it's pulling you're pulling the LOX tank and the 4 engines. There you go, someone. You probably saw it, but I've just seen re-entry is coming to KSP on the 17th. It's on the 17th? I thought it was the 22nd, Doom. Can we have carbon tanks with metal load-bearing stringers? I don't see why you couldn't, but yeah, the EUS is beast. It's beast mode. The LOX tank on the EUS, guys, the liquid oxygen tank is that big. It's that big right there. See that? That's the size of that. It's the size of the hydrogen tank on the ICPS. That's how big it is. It's a great upper stage. Yeah, the AMA. Yep. Put ICPS on Falcon Heavy, you say? Yeah, it's good, man. Anyway, back to the Raker. We really finished defining up the wing there. So see, we can do some trick stuff like this now if we get this right. We can paste the flag together like that and make a leading edge. I just got to get the other wing to join up with it. Try the thermal tile texture.
Discovery, go and throttle
I
up.
don't have a thermal tile texture in here. Hey Meeps, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Hear me out. Shove the EUS in a starship and then put a satellite on top of it and send it to Proxima Centauri. Vibing per usual. My guy. It's cool. Cool, man. Meeps, check this out. You might appreciate this. I'm using tries to make complicated shapes in KSP. I think you may have seen this before, but I'm using tries to make complex shapes. I call it wing tessellation. Because basically tessellated surface. Not bad, huh? Yeah, Adam, we're doing all right, man. Can we send it yet? No. No, not yet. Close, though. I've been lurking all day at work. Wanted to say inspection was this morning and it went really well. Nice, dude. There you go. Cool. Cool beans. Are the engines done? For the most part, Adam, yeah. The engines in their home is pretty much finished. Yeah, we started sculpting out the bottom wing, and I was like, okay, let me put the nacelle on. And then I noticed that with the bottom wing, you really need to make the nacelle, and then you can sculpt the rest of the wing out. And that's what we did. So now, I've also figured that we could save some part counts because this shape is completely flat right there. Top of the nacelle is pretty much flat. So yeah, our propulsion systems are in place, and if you look at it from the front, we're kind of getting there, man. We're kind of getting there. It's close. Lisa, what's that? Oh. Oh, nice. Because it wanted to have the engines pointed at the bottom. Yeah, that's what the real design called for, Cosmo. If your engines are pointed down below your center of mass, throttling up is going to make the thing want to nose up, which is what you want, because you want this thing to nose up into space, right? That's the idea. It's the front on a hinge. It is. Yeah, the whole cockpit can go out and off to the side. I predicted 1,200 parts. Well, this has all that down there. Yep, that's right. Someone DCSS flew on Delta 3. And DCS Delta 3 was a Delta 4 upper stage, basically on a cut down version of a Delta 2 lower stage. If per Delta's nomenclature, changing the upper stage is enough to warrant a class change, but share the same family of rockets, i.e. Delta 2 to Delta 3 to Delta 4, Delta 3 and Delta 4 have the same upper stage, Delta 2 and Delta 3 have the same lower stage, right? If that's enough to keep the family of rockets going, SLS is Delta 5. It's a Delta 10,000 series. Yep. I will not be taking questions. SLS is Delta 5. Yep. Yep. It follows Delta's naming convention. It's a Delta 10,000, just like Delta 4 is Delta 9,000. Delta 3 is Delta 8,000. Delta 2 is Delta 7,000. Yep. SLS is a Delta rocket. Nope. You're not changing my mind? No, I will not be taking questions. I don't know if what I wrote makes sense. Yeah, story of my life, man, with me. If you were to take the whole left top wing, flip it, could you use it as the bottom wing? No, what you said makes perfect sense, but the shapes underneath Adam are so ridiculously different. I would probably make it from scratch. What's Vulcan? Vulcan is Atlas 6. Yep. Vulcan's Atlas 6, SLS is Delta 5. Wait, sorry, what's the naming convention? There was the Delta 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000, 7000. Delta Series 7000 is Delta 2. 8 is Delta 3. 9 is Delta 4. 10 is SLS. You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. So, Adam, check this out. That won't work as well. Like, here's why that's going to be a pain in the butt. It's because the underside wing shape is like this. See that? It's not going to work exactly how we want. I am taking questions. What is Delta 3 8000 then? Kappa. Whatever. I don't understand what the Kappa there, but There's some inklings that Boeing actually calls the SLS Delta 10K, so it's canon. Boom. Yeah, Adam, this is definitely a strange shape. It's strange. What was this airplane used for? It wasn't used for anything, Louis. It never got off the drawing board. All we have is blueprints. It is kind of an insane project, though. And because it's an insane project, like, it's just crazy enough to be a Kerbal project, you know what I mean? Alright, let's get some of these wrinkles out of here. Let's give the plane some Botox. There we go. So is Ares SDS2? Yeah! yeah! Hell yeah! No, stick rocket is in a class of its own. Stick rocket is just stick rocket. So then what's Constellation? Ares class of rockets. They were Ares. Ares was its own class. I mean, if we really wanted to be semantic, and I know that's your thing, fellas. If we really wanted to be semantic, all right? So here, look. Ares 1 is using an SRB, 5-segment SRB first stage. And then we have an upper stage that's fully cryogenic using a J2 derived motor. Technically, that makes it a Saturn 1C because it has a derived component off of the Saturn V. It has a J2X. So technically, that's a Saturn 1C. Okay. Or a Saturn 1B2. Technically speaking. Didn't Ares 5 use 4 or 5 J2s on the second stage? 1. Ares 1X. Ares 1X is Energia derived. Yep, it is. It uses freaking Buran Energia's avionics, which is weird. Could you flip the tessellation backwards in that one corner piece to achieve a better angle? No, it'd look terrible, Pato. The EUS is just a better version of the Earth departure stage. You feeling all right? Blue posted the factory picture on their site. Oh. Did they now? Hey XO, what's going on? App State, how you doing? Alright, hang on. That's freaking killer, man. Really good. Just gotta build up that edge a little bit. Wait a minute. Dude. Pato, you were saying reverse the tessellation. You gave me an idea, dude. Here, look. What if we did... Is this what you were referring to? New Glen's first and second stages on June 12th. Yep, see? I had a feeling that that was an upper stage over there. Cool. That's awesome. What a picture. He's referring to the left of that, but that works. Yeah, okay. Hang on a minute. We're just going to play with some shapes here. try this. Not bad. Not bad. We're gonna need something in here to make that shape, but I'm not sure what it is. Cool. It looks good, man. See, this indicator is way out there, but if you look down at where my wingspan indicator is, we're exact wingspan. It's perfect. That's too far out because I've messed with this a lot of times. So like this needs to be like cool. Yeah, using these strike pieces on the leading edge coupled with a flag or something, it's gonna look really good. Stream's amazing. I wish I could build like this. Thanks, D21. D21, is your name, is the reason you named yourself D21 because of the Lockheed D21? Because if so, good for you. Are you still planning on using flags as the leading edge? Adam, this straked out way that I'm working with actually will make it so I should be able to, yeah. Yeah, Pato, the armpit of that wing I need to figure out, but also D21. Is that a drone? Supersonic drone, XL. Want to see how they launched it? Crazy, right? It was basically strato-launched off the back of an SR-71. Well, technically the M21. Is that crazy or what? Dude, freaking SR-71 piggybacking a freaking supersonic drone. It's so cool, man. I wish I was that creative, but I used it for other reasons. Alright, all good, all good. All good. Look at that thing. You gotta be kidding me. Want to see something cool? That's pretty cool. It's a B-52. The freaking inner pylons have two D-21s on them. It's a Kimbo D-21s! It's practically an SR-71 at this point. What? That's how Batman got around the planet so quick. Yeah, right. I'll buy your whole stock. Yes, hi. I'll take the whole thing. Yes, hi. We understand you have a dying animal on the premises. What would happen if they fired them and not let go? Contra, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure somebody would need to visit the hospital. Yeah, see, this needs to be cleaned up just a little bit. I mean, cartilage and bones? I mean, I'm no doctor, but it was like one clean chunk. Crap, man, look at that. That's like his stomach blood on the ground back there. I mean, sometimes I wonder if that's even possible. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Haha. this last one? Something about this last one though, you know. Looks a little weird. Why don't you try a flag from this point? Well, Adam, the idea is that see how I'm trying to get this as straight as possible? I'm going to use flags here. But that still doesn't get me very far when this shape starts to... This picture. It doesn't get me very far trying to make that. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I haven't gotten that far yet, dude. But yeah. Flags will be all up in here. And I got to make the other... I got to make the underside wing. But that's the idea. See it right there? That's what I think we should do. We might be able to get away with a slightly bigger one. Here, let's check the 1.25s. That's really not what I clicked on. I did not click on the ESA logo. Why would I want that? This is not intended for in-atmosphere? What do you mean? It's an SSTO, Stellar. Horizontal takeoff and landing SSTO. Oh yeah, no, it's meant to do that. But you not achieve that whole straight wing part with a single large SRB. It would create drag. It would be like putting an SRB on the front of your wing. These are physics-less parts. The game doesn't know that they're not attached. Essentially, my Star Raker is Kerbal is gonna understand it as a gigantic biplane with two wings on top of each other, and we just bridged it together to make it look nice. That's all. Does that make sense, man? Then we could get super fancy by doing something. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gonna work how we want. Thanks, you. Popping in and out all day. Appreciate it, boys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to work. We do need something to bridge this. Maybe get rid of that and try doing this. Did you hear about the Russian D-21 called Voron? It was never built, but the IOU was to make one with reverse engineering. Russia got many parts from a crashed D-21 in Siberia. Yeah. Yeah, Squall. I knew about that, man. It was, if I'm remembering right, it was a crashed D-21 that from China, and China didn't know what the heck it was, so they gave it to the Russians. If I'm remembering right. Could be wrong, though. That might be what we're looking for, guys. Ford, what's up, dude? I had to dip out halfway through the fuel tank stream. When you get a chance, could you Can you give it cliff notes? I feared that the wing shape wouldn't be able to fix. We wouldn't be able to fit the fuel tanks in the wings, Ford. So I had to get rid of them, and I started redesigning the wings. I've been doing a detail pass on the wings for like a couple of streams now, dude. But yeah, I think I'm starting to get a shape that I really, really like. Something that is actually working pretty damn well here. Yeah. There's some slight things here and there that we need to figure out. But other than that, man, I got a straight edge pretty much all the way to the front here. I just hate how this one has to be. If I don't move this like this, and then if I try to get it parallel with the rest of the damn wings, it like that, it ends up leaving a weird spot right here. But then again, we could always just I was just trying to move this panel around here and try to get it a little more aligned. But yeah, that seam going all the way to the front is going to be amazing. How are you going to do the control surfaces? I need to make my own redstone. Not looking forward to that. We're going to need to make some. I have an idea, but I need to finish both of the wings before we get that far. Like the top and bottom wings, we gotta finish those. I have a good idea. Can always put an upside down air intake to cover those gaps. Yeah. Yeah, Adam, we could do that if we have, if the seam is big enough. Yeah, I could probably fudge it and make it look good. I mean, we're not going to do... It's not like we're not going to need intake air. You know what I mean? We are going to need that. These engines got to breathe, dude. Fun fact. I mean, I don't know if you knew, man. Jet engines, they need air. To you know, jet engine. That's... Yeah, I know. Weird, right? I don't know. When they start doing that, I don't know. I have no idea. It's very strange behavior, though. So does it know some items that get collected are like, will they have micro drag if not aligned perfectly? Oh, no, Stella, no. Kerbal is not. There is skin drag, but skin drag, like, the surface is localized to each piece. The fact that I'm trying to make these look smooth has nothing to do with how it's going to fly. This could be a jumbled mess of wings and it would probably fly about the same. Like I could have seams everywhere. The seams there is more me. Like, and if this was an actual plane, you would not, this surface would need to be as smooth as possible. Yeah, it does not, Stellar, it does not understand the seamage. I just wanted it to look like an airfoil, so I made it as smooth as I could. Look at that. Isn't that nice? I got you. Was curious if you were like optimizing aero. No, it calculates the aerodynamics localized to each part. So if the wing is at, it's very, very simple simulation. If the wing is this, laminar flow's coming this way, not going to generate a lot of lift, generate a little bit of drag. If it's like this, you're going to generate a lot of lift and a little drag, etc., etc. It's mostly localized to each part and the shape of the part moving in one direction. That's how it does it. And then it combines all that together to get the vehicle to fly. It's fudged, but it's fudged because if it was fluid dynamic, it would take years to launch something into space. Yeah, I mean, you know that already, though. Thanks for the answer. All good, man. Part of what makes this so difficult is translating the real aerodynamics into KSP and hoping that that's going to work. That is not easy to do. Yeah, that's tough. Looking good? Thanks, man. Think gaps between the panels will cause drag? No, they won't. Yeah, that's why I was concerned about the camera of the aerofoil, but then saw the engines and was like, well, yeah, it's like enough thrust for an unrestricted climb. Stellar, from what I can understand correctly, and this is part of like translating real life aero into Kerbal. On throttle up, this will have a positive pitch moment. If I'm looking at how the airfoil is set up, engines, where the engines are pointed, etc., etc. You hit the gas on this thing, it's gonna go whoop. It's gonna want to pitch all the way up. But that's because the engines are pointed down and below the center of mass. Couple that with the aerofoil shape. I mean, yeah, that pretty much makes sense. But that can be dangerous. Yeah. I think you understand why that's dangerous. We were talking about why that's dangerous. We were talking about why that was dangerous when we were talking about airplanes a little bit earlier. Depending on the intent of the aircraft's mission. Yep. Like, never invert this aircraft. Dude, I don't know if you could do that. I'm not sure you could invert this thing. I mean, I think this thing, you'd do this and it would do that. Similar to, it's gruesome to bring up, but you ever see that, Stella, you ever see that B-52 at the air show that exceeds bank angle? And the B-52 is exceeding bank angle, right? Like 80 degrees of bank, and the thing just goes right at, it just noses right into the ground. It's awful. But yeah, I mean, turns out when you turn your wings like this, they don't generate lift very well when gravity's going this way. You can convert it all you want once you get to space. Yeah, baby. The pilot had been reprimanded numerous times, but not grounded. That, yeah. Okay. Well, he paid the price, didn't he? Do B-52s have ejector seats? Protected. If I'm remembering right, B-52s have a downward-facing ejector seat. But I could be thinking of another airplane. At air refueling, well, six shot, the idea is that if you're going full blast will give you insane pitch moment because they'll want to punch the throttle because turbo ramjet. When you're just kind of cruising this thing around at low subsonic, you don't throttle it all the way, and all that does is just keep the nose up to get the thing to fly nice and stable. Pretty much like a regular passenger plane. That's the idea. Think like a, what would be a good example? Now, real life aerodynamics are a little bit different than Kerbals, but look at the engines. When will you start? I can't launch if it doesn't have a wing. My builds take time. They take a lot of time. But look at the engines on that CRJ. Interesting, right? I'm asking that crossed my mind, but that seemed crazy to be true. Yeah, I got you, Protected. Always ask questions. So how long would this take? I've been working on this for about 2 weeks to get it right. Probably is going to take another week. Yeah, probably by the end of this week, I think we'll have something that we can work with. But I'm going to be off and on playing other games too, so... Yeah, I budgeted basically the entire month of August for this build because I know it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough build. MD-80 engines look like they point up. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's the same thing as the CRJ, but yeah, that's the idea. B-52 ejection is downward. Yeah, MD-80s. Does Allegiant still run these things? These in the MD-90s? Oh no, they retired him in 2020. People are still using MD-95s though. Yep. Pythos, thanks for the raid, buddy. What a great plane. Yeah, not bad. See that building? That's, oh, what's it called? Hey, a Beechcraft Bonanza. Look at that. See the detail? That's where Relativity builds their rockets in that hangar now, which is actually really cool. They took most of, actually, they didn't take all of McDonnell Douglas commercial business. They took the C-17 building, which is a little different, but yeah. What difference does it make having wings on the top or the bottom? You see where the center of lift is, sweet? That's the difference. Does that look like that's going to fly very far, buddy? Here, let me pitch the nose up. I need my underside wing to help move my center of lift into the right position.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, you got any food in here? We hungry. It is a big boy. That's right. So where can you fly with this thing? Space. It goes to space. Yep. Any projected takeoff distance? Stellar, we'd probably need something SLF sized in real life, like a 15,000 foot runway. With that being said, Kerbal's atmosphere is a little more forgiving than it is in real life, so it should take the runway at KSC and KSP1. That should be fine. Yeah. I mean, dude, this thing had Hydrolox wet wings. So the internal wing structure was essentially a bunch of bilobe tanks. Think like X-33, but it was just bilobe after bilobe, like an Audi symbol almost. Like, you know, take an Audi, it's four circles. It was that all the way out to the edge of the wings. Which is okay. I worked in the tower there during the end of the shuttle program. No way. It's a shame. I miss the shuttle so much, dude. So this thing has bilobe tanks and it's filled with Hydrolox. I mean, fully fueled. Like, we're talking like SLS core stage levels of Hydrolox here. So, yeah, it's 15,000 feet all day. Like, there's no way it's going to take off in anything less. You were a launch meteorologist at the time, says the guy giving the weather info. That's friggin' cool, man. That's cool. Dude, Stella, you want to hear something so screwed up? You want to hear something screwed up? Like, I know, because I read the launch forecast for rockets, like for high-profile missions, I know I inadvertently picked up meteorology. Like, I didn't really mean to do that, but it's kind of funny. Because, like, there was a front coming through my house, right? And the front was clearly, like, the front of the storm was super well defined. And I was like, oh, it's a very clearly defined front, which means it's going to be a pretty rowdy storm. And sure enough, you know, we were watching the weather and like, it's very clearly defined up here. It's going to be a big storm. I'm like, that's awful. Why do I know that? Why do I know this? Hello? Heads up. Heads up. Yeah, no, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Interesting, Aqualis, yeah. But in general, just NASA. It's in my general. Okay. Oh, wow. Cool. I think I see it. Neat. Speaking of launch, whether we have 2 separate launches in one day. Yep. Okay, taxi test. No. No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cross race 54-month resub. Thank you. Most traffic comes into what we call the skid strip on the mill side. The SLF is now used for testing like Mars Moon landing systems. Yeah, the skid strip. Actually, Stella, you want to see something nuts?
Discovery,
Here,
go at
I
throttle
still
up.
have this up. Take a look. Right here. So this is Space Force side, right? This is the Space Force side of Cape Canaveral. Hey, Snackless, 51 months. This is their proposed land development. So this is basically what they're going to be doing over the next 4 years, give or take. Check this out. They're going to put a displaced threshold on the runway here, on the skid strip. Displaced threshold. They're going to put a ramp there and a control tower. Because basically they're anticipating such ramped up operations, Space Force on the Space Force side of things, that it's enough to actually have a delta based at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station and not at Patrick, which is that's pretty cool, man. Hey, Sea Kraken, how have your days been? Yeah, it's Monday. Username, you've been looking up the specs of SBMTs, and I think they might be capable of carrying a Starship. Oh, jeez. They might be capable of carrying Starship Super Heavy up the 39 air ramp. It all depends on the SBMT suspension can handle a 1 foot 7 inch vertical travel. Yeah, maybe. That was always weird having Patrick be the operational unit. Yeah, they're gonna have a delta basically based at the Cape, which is cool, man. Yeah, it's a skid strip. And you know what the crazy thing is, dudes? The skid strip is not a small runway. That's not a small runway. Compared to the SLF, it's a tiny little runway, but it's not small. It's a 10,000 foot runway, 250 wide. That's a big runway. Like C5s can land there, no problem. But an oddly large number of... I'm not repeating that. I'm not repeating that. The SLF is the shuttle landing facility, Kick. It's, so like, if you look at the skid strip, see? That's the skid strip. And then you look at the shuttle runway, right? The SLF, shuttle landing facility. It's basically where the space shuttle landed. The skid strip looks tiny compared to it. It looks small. And then look at Titusville Airport. Those are like regular runways for like regular air traffic, right? You go look at the skid strip. I noticed the skid strip the other day. I'm like, this skid strip can't be that big. It's a tiny little runway. So you look at it and you have 16 hash marks, 250 feet wide, 10,000 feet long. That's a huge runway. That's big. That's a big runway. Like 747s could take off from this. A380s could take off from this. C-17, C-5, AN-124. Like, that's a big runway. Yeah, you don't think it's that, like, you know, when you look at it on Google, you don't think it's that big because you see the SLF there and you're like, oh. But then you realize that the space shuttle landing runway is absurd. The runway for the shuttle is 200 feet wide. It's 200 feet wide, but 15,000 feet long, which is just, here, I'll show you from threshold to threshold. All right, there it is in meters, 4,500 meters. 2.84 miles long. Unfreaking believably long. If you're to the right, that's your control tower. Where are you? Wait, no, the tower's... Isn't the tower up here? Yeah, baby. I got you, man. I've been down there, Stellar. I've been there before, dude. Yeah, I remember where it is. It's by... Well, that mock-up was there. I don't think that mock's there anymore, though. Yeah, frickin' beast mode, dude. That's such a freaking huge runway. NASA should host a 5K run that's just running the SLF. That's a really good idea. Just a 5K? Okay, alright, 5K, guys. Oh, where are we going? Just literally run to the end of the runway. Just go to the end of the runway. What? Never saw the mock up there before. That was after the shuttle program, dude. Yeah, they put that mock up there. Small issue, the runway is contaminated. Oh yeah. Hydrazine do be like that. Shoot. Airliners fly at an altitude twice that runway length. That's crazy. Right, Adam? It's nuts, dude. This is almost to 18,000 feet, dude. Like, with the thresholds, man, that's like almost into IFR territory if you turned it upright. It's bananas, man. Hydrazine is persistent, which is why they use them for landers such now to test. I mean, Hellfish, what else would be contaminating the runway that wouldn't allow people on board? We need Skylon to fly out of this sucker, man. We need Skylon, or we need something like Star Raker up in this. We need Star Raker, man. Damn. Yeah, dude, I could stare at the Cape all day. It's contaminated with stardust. Still unreacted. If Stellar's saying that they should that people shouldn't be allowed on there, I'm kind of gonna agree with him. They wanted Virgin Orbit out of there, but the company went under. Damn it! You want a long one? Groom Lake. Could theoretically land 2 shuttles simultaneously, one on each, and roll to a stop without an issue. KXTA. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about the runways, Stellar, the other day, and I showed Homie Airport, and yeah. How about the one that they used for the A12 testing, the one that goes into the lake bed? I mean, don't get me wrong, they don't use it anymore, right? It's like a 20,000 foot runway or like a 30,000 foot runway. It's something bananas, man. Yeah, I know about Groom, dude. Homie Airport. I'm hoping for Dawn to get going with the rocket plane. Yep, yep. Yep. Look at some of them in the Maldives. Maldives. Come on. Dreamland, that's right. Yeah, yeah. And they're relaxing, doing some satisfactory and learning at the same time. That's what this stream's all about, Peg. Acquisition of signal, Maldives. Let me see. What do you got? Alright, now we're on a scavenger hunt. What the bananas is that? Oh, hotel rooms. It's a deep water dock right there. Another deep water dock that just conveniently looks exactly like the other one. Gee, I wonder who made those. South of India, the chain of islands. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying to find the... What the heck? It's actually a pretty big airport. Whoa, dude. Dude. Cool. I've never looked at these before. I'm not exactly sure why. It's the size of the island, yeah, right? That's bananas, man. There's one 80 miles north that's in water. 80 miles north of that. That's a little tiny runway. 150 feet wide. Not very long. Dude, who lives out here? Like, I'm sure, like, just not trying to be a dick. I'm actually wondering. That is a long one for a runway. Oh, look at that. There's a little runway. Unprepared, though. People with boats. Touche. Oh yeah, look, that's a weird place to put the deep water port. Cool. Alright. We're better. Boat planes? Yeah, baby. Might as well do Area 51 now, no? Alright. Alright, alright. Thanks, Eric. Are they atolls? I'm not sure. Now that's a long runway. This one that they originally built, that's another big one. Yeah, that's as long. It's a big runway. It's 12,000. Pretty good. Bigger than the skid strip. The original runway that they used for A12 testing, though. Actually, it looks like it went even further at one point. Holy balls, that's freaking huge. It's like a 30,000 foot runway. Frick you. I mean, that's got to be approached, though. Founded, contamination isn't hydrazine. Chemicals most of concerned perfluoctane. Use fire extinguishers, Patrick Air Force Base and Kennedy Space Center. Yeah, there you go. Trans-Maldivian Airlines operates seaplanes. Actually a neat job. Pilots fly with flip-flops and Bermuda pants. Incheon International in South Korea was built on reclaimed land that joined two islands. That's cool, Lexi. Incheon, yeah. I test worst-case scenarios, so big runways are easy to not overrun in bad weather. Cool, man. Man, who knows what the frick they're doing out there nowadays. Huh. Crazy. Alright. There's a giant compass out there, too. Yeah, there's one at Edwards as well. Yeah, man. I just want to see how this looks. Give me a second. It's gonna drag up a storm if we did this. You know, that doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. It's still not right, though. Something about it is not exactly what I'm looking for. But then again, maybe if we cleaned up some of the wings. I've landed a T-38 on a 3,000-foot runway for barely just because we had no fuel. Otherwise, we probably would have been heavy and made the news. Yikes. And the taper tank at the wing tip. I mean, it's not a bad idea. We'd have to mess with the wing shapes just a little bit to get it to blend a little bit better, but it wouldn't be bad. Just the real thing is, how's this going to work at hypersonic? No, it's not going to get canards. No, no. That's not bad. Here, get rid of that and do this up at the front. No freaking way. Cool. It doesn't look bad. I'm just... I'm not too keen on using that like that, but... It's coming, if it isn't it. So I guess we're going to go with the Mark IIs. I honestly don't hate it, Joe, but I'm going to leave it like this, dudes. I'm going to leave this sucker like this. And, yeah, we'll... I did do some testing, Chow Devs. I'll be honest, I really didn't like the results. Flags would be the better way to do this. But if we have to save on part count and whatnot, and fuel is at a premium, etc., this might not be the worst way to do this. I'm going to leave it like this, and I'm going to sleep on it, dudes. Yeah, we'll sleep on that. It doesn't look bad. That really looks good. That looks right. More theory crafting or all done? I don't know, dude. I got a little bit more in me. You guys want to go see what I did in Satisfactory last weekend? Or last week? It will also help keep the center of mass forward. Tank design is going to be tough with this, Adam. It's going to be like the Concorde up in here. Just fuel tanks everywhere, trying to shift everything around. Alright, I'll sleep on it, dudes, and we'll... Not right now, like, we'll keep going with the stream, but I'll leave that the way it is, and we'll see. I know you probably said it 1,000 times. What was that plane going to do? Deploy sats? No, build solar arrays up in space that beam power down via microwaves. Taxi test explosion. Oh, I already quit out of the game. Sorry, dudes. Thoughts on the land east southeast of Tyndall Air Force Base for a polar launch complex? I don't know where that is, username. But if there's... I don't understand why you'd do that if Kodiak was there. What engines will it run? I have turbofan ramjets on there. Tyndall is near Pensacola. Why would you put a launch site here? For Polar? This is an awful launch site for Polar. Like, about as bad as you can get. Yeah, that's literally like the worst spot for a Polar launch site. If you're making a launch site that's designed for polar orbit insertion, you want to be further away from the equator, not closer. That's, yeah, about as bad as it gets for a dedicated polar. With that being said, with a big enough rocket, you can get anything anywhere. Yeah, there you go, Pythos. Do you close landing gear create drag in KSP? No. I'm not sure even open landing gear generate drag in KSP, Adam. It's been so long. But worse, that bad, huh? Yeah. Why would you do that? I mean, having literally the biggest launch site, one of the biggest launch sites in the world, like super close, really makes it not like why would I don't understand why you'd do that. But. You have your leading edge. But if we make them out of flags, Adam, then it's gonna make. We know it's gonna make no drag. That's why I'm kind of want to use flags. But we'll see it. Yeah, there you go, Tessa. Exactly. All right, dudes. How about I show you the foundries in Satisfactory? You want to see something cool? We'll wind down with that. Alright, here. I'll switch over to Satisfactory. We'll wind it down with some after hours Satisfactory. That was fun. It was a good solid 9 hours of KSP. Alright, let's load up some Satis. Thanks for the stream. Beauty sleep time for you, Red? Alright. Oh, nice, Aqualex. That's cool. Anyway, Stellar, thanks for sharing what you do with the stream, dude. I appreciate it, man. That's fun. Good times. So is it finally time to hook them up?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Perhaps. Hey, my guy, Gifted 5. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank ya. Thank you very much.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Floofin gifted a sub to Stellar Sanctuary. There you go. So check this out. We got our foundries done, dudes. And I had to put a belt distribution house right here. Check this out. This is a splitting room where we basically stage and split for the foundries that are over here. Pretty cool, huh? Believe it or not, it is organized. I do know what it's doing. Barely. But yeah, we cranked this out the other day. Look at all of this. I tried to keep it as organized as I possibly could. And these are the upper level foundries over here for copper and steel. I'm going to go ahead and say you don't need to play Factorio. I thought Tyndall might be useful if Vandenberg or Kodiak ever gets fully developed, because I'm honestly wondering where else could you put another launch complex. The California coastline is so developed now. There are way more launch pads at Vandenberg than you think. If you think there's Slick 2, 3, 4, and 6, let's just say that there's a lot of pads out there, dude. Yeah. Nice, Jax. There's always Quadrilline. Yeah. Apparently, Phantom will use Slick 5, the old scout pad. Yep. Kodiak is actually 2/3 decommissioned, so there's a lot they could launch there. Mostly now they just do atmospheric sounding rockets. Yep. Yep. Too bad we didn't have more time. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, Doom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. $39C is the perfect launch pad. No, it's not. It's the ride sharing, yeah. Exactly, Stellar. The ride sharing is pretty gnarly. Gnarly. So yeah, these are the foundries here. I got them pretty much all finished. We honestly just need to hook them up. All right, Elements, see you, buddy. And we still have the underground sanctuary here. I think I'm just gonna make this a parking garage or a battery backup storage complex. Just got all caught up on the Satisfactory VODs. I have two things to say. Great build designs, and second, check your input feeds at the splitter building. I think you missed the copper line into the splitters. I think you're right, Blazing. Yeah. Yep. Yes, that's correct. I said it at the very end of the VOD. I don't know if you saw that part. So here, let's mess with it. That's good. Yeah, I put too many. Thanks, Blazing, yeah. Just drop some pictures in my project. Sweet. I don't know what this top one is for, though. This top one might be just coal. I think it's just coal. Let me see the My Project stuff, dude. Let me see. There's so much. Hey, there you go. Sports car. Build your own sports car. How to build a cheap sports car. Cool, man. That's sweet. I'm excited for Crew 7 and seeing the RTLS with Crew. Yep. Hey, Artusis. What's going on? All right, so let's see if we can work to getting some of these built. That's a lot of orange. What's up, Matt? Yeah, we are orange-tastic here, dude. It's like Orange Julius up in here. It's orange. Nothing much, staying inside so you don't die. Won't read too much into that. Alright, good. Okay, you do that. I love your factory. Thank you. Yeah. What the hell was I trying to do here? This is not how you do this. Silly EJ. Jeez. What the hell was I thinking? Yeah, username. I see what you're saying with like Tyndall, but yeah, I don't think we need more launch sites. I think we're still struggling to fill the pads all the pads that we made during like the space race and stuff, dude. I don't think we need to do that, but that would be nice, dude. I still want a launch site in Chatham, to be honest with you. I think that would be really cool. No one would go for that, but it would be really cool. A launch site on the Cape Cod National Seashore would be really, really cool. In the south, would you like some air with your moisture? Been that bad, huh, Matt? I love KSP and Wallops, but more launch sites would be choice. Fact. I think one on Cape Cod, Matt, would make my day, dude. Now I just gotta see which one of these is a frickin' iron. Today's House 102, heat in, Texas 111. Ugh. Yeah, that one is iron. Okay. Now the copper line. Where's that copper line? So yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, that, Matt, that, sounds awful. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are the words I'm looking for. That sounds terrible. All right, good to know. I seriously don't think there's any more room. I was able to get the iron out. That's about it. Hear me out. Put one just south of Santa Barbara, then you just need one more behind Santa Barbara to fully encapsulate it. Yeah, we could do that. Okay, you do that. But why? This squirrel's trying to kill me. Why? So much stuff. Alright. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We need a launch pad on the edge of Boston. Do we, though? Or... just say yes. No, no. I don't wanna. It's not my wallet. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in here. Bro. Alright, we're good. The only solution is to cover the whole thing. This is the only way. I'm gonna cover this whole thing with conveyors, dude, so I can move stuff around the resources. We can get that copper line where we need it to go. But I have a rule about covering stuff, like covering lines. You have to cover like refined materials, and I don't want like a door open right to the right to the copper. But if we get rid of this piece right here, there's the copper line. And the copper line would be better if it was... Come on now. No, I'm stuck. Too many belts. This is only the beginning. Come on. Come on. Just get rid of that. No. No, wrong way. Help. Help! Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather, belt. Should we make them go side by side? If we did do that, I would need to move the iron. The iron would need to be on a different belt. I think side by side would look better than one over the other. The over-under is... Yeah, I gotta move the supports a little bit. And then we're gonna need this. Okay, this should work. Thoughts on Nantucket's demolish lure-in transmitter as a launch pad? It's doable. You'd need to get a pretty big ferry out there, dude, to get out to Nantucket. There's not, I don't think it has a deep water port big enough to service like a particularly big rocket. If you decided to make a spaceflight company, which launch pad at the Cape would you use? Oh, whichever one they would give me. No, if we had a spaceflight company, I would honestly try to look into trying to launch in Massachusetts. That would be cool. That would make me happy. You'd need a lot of, yeah. You'd have to have a lot of cash to pull that off. Okay, so that's these first two lines right here. So we're gonna need covered conveyor. And we need wall supports. We would only be able to launch half a year because of weather, like every half year because of weather. So I mean, what if we did the opposite of that and developed a rocket that could launch in whatever? It's got to go up a little bit more. That was too much. That's what I'm trying to do. Alright, chat. There's copper and iron. At least one of the irons. Shouldn't the iron be on the bottom? That's where you have the merger for the other iron node. You suck. Thank you, Blazing. But also, where do we leave Star Raker? Still trying to figure out exactly what I want to do for the leading edge rocket guy, but yeah, making good progress. I actually made a lot of progress on where I want to go with the wings and whatnot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yo, Pulse, what's good, man? How you doing? Hey, Chief. What's up, man? How you doing? Doing good. How about you? I'm doing just fine. Just fine. there. Okay. Blazing, you see anything else? Glorious, what's that? Ever heard of DSP? Yeah, I know DSP. Yeah, I know about DSP. That's a cool game. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we're good to hook up this initially. We're still gonna need coal out here. Those are all outputs. Yeah, we just need coal. I might temporarily just hook up
Discovery,
these coal
go and throttle up.
lines. Hey, Admiral, what's going on, buddy? I thought you had coal picked out for this already.
Discovery,
I
go and
do.
throttle up.
Hey, Blazing. 5 subs. Thanks, man. And Admiral with a 47. Appreciate it, dudes. Thank you. I think
Discovery, go and throttle up.
this should be good for phase 1, dudes. I think this will work. So
Discovery, go and throttle
this
up.
will get us everything but steel. We should have copper and iron ingots coming out here. Arcade in 5 months. Thanks, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Spent the weekend diving into Baldur's Gate. Gotta say, all the good people,
Discovery, go
all
and
the good
throttle
stuff
up.
that people are saying is true. Cool. Well, that's good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Baldur's Gate is good. Excellent. That's good to know. Girthy and thirsty. Yeah, I've heard things from Italics about that. Yeah, I've heard things. I've heard things. Let's just leave it at that. You can adjust how far it goes. Alright, let's do it. Let's hook it up. Screw it. I want to see this thing start to distribute. Your belts are crooked. I know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Your kind of game. Yes. Yes. Saturate, my pretties. Copper should be saturating as well. Oh no. Wrong belt. Alright, well, cut that off before that gets worse. I crossed 2 belts, yeah. That one needs to have this on there. So if that's the case, where the hell does that, what the hell does that belt, what is it looking for? Yeah, okay. So that's the output for ingots. Ingots need to go to the last one. That's where I screwed up. These 2 belts need to be swapped. Okay, that's actually not bad, considering that was just one singular thing. That's the output for copper. That's the input for coal. That's the ingot input. So coal needs to go up top there. Yeah, okay. I got it. I can't see what's going on. There we go. Dunskies. Now the problem is that we just filled all these suckers up with iron. I don't think much of it got out here, but we do need to get it all out. That's okay. I think this actually might be the quickest way to get this done. Oh yeah, these started saturating, huh? Oh, it started to saturate it. That could have been much worse. Yeah, no, I think, Blazing, I think we did okay for the first try. Like considering I did all this when I was really, like, half asleep, I think we did fine. I really just got to get some coal up here so we can produce some steel ingots, but, other than that, guys, you ready to turn this thing on? Let's turn on the iron arrays first. There's just one more thing I have to do before I go. There we go. Just a way to get from control room to control room is pretty good. What about color coding each bell for what they ship? I don't see why you'd do... I mean, Pythos, maybe when we're designing, yeah, in the future, sure. Okay, ready? Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, look at look at that. That is just beautiful. Oh, it's perfect. The hell? Oh. Ugh. There we go. It's perfect. Call John Elway. Good. 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 I'm noticing we're not feeding the copper. We're not feeding that copper very much. I'm using an alt recipe, John. Yeah, we got an alt recipe that allows you to make copper faster. You just need iron ore to do it. But the cool thing is that my iron line, my 2 iron lines and my copper line just use copper ore and iron ore. And I make copper ingots, iron ingots, and sooner rather than later we'll be making steel ingots too. See, some of my iron, the iron ingots go down here. They go this way. And then when we turn the steel on, I need coal. But yeah, coal and that, and then in there, coal and, I can't speak English. Coal and iron ingots. I just gotta wire up the coal line. We should be good. But I think our draw is too high. But if we go down to the end of this, we should have copper and iron ingots. On the output feeds right here. There they are. I just gotta input coal right there. Here, we'll do a limited production run. There we go. Were you trying to get Mark III miners? Yeah, but I figured we could work on this instead. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, Blazer, we gotta put some lights in there for real. Alright. Coal is starting to feed. Let's do this. There's one piece of copper inside of every one of these stupid things. So we gotta go here, select the recipe, iron, take that little bit of copper out, set it back to alt steel. Go here, go there. Yeah, you need the hard drives for the alt recipes, dude, for sure. This is my fault for doing the whole wrong belt thing, but not like I said, not that big of a screw up. Copper's on the belt, not in the machine. I don't think so. Because I cleaned the belts, at least visually. Delete the belt or this. Well, this way works. Alright, if we did that right, there should be steel ingots on the line over here. Hey, there we go. Now, the coal. We figured out that we're gonna need more than what I have behind us here. See your last. Just so you know, I really appreciate the tedium you put yourself through to achieve perfection in your builds. It is noticed. Thanks, man. Right on. Dude, we gotta do it. We gotta set ourselves apart, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You know what? Somebody was telling me that these are a little bent. If we put that there and that there, I'm pretty sure we could have them not be bent. Thank you. French Evader, 18-month resub. Thank you. Ooh, nope, that's got to be one back. Alright, give me a painted beam up in here. Like that, take that, move that right there. Get rid of that. Take that, do that. No longer bent. Yeah, I couldn't stand the lower belt clipping, dude. Now, that coal line. We gotta go back in here. This thing. See, that belt goes down here, and it's feeding a steel line that I have over there. We might be able to split it for now, but eventually we're going to need more coal. So, what I'm thinking for a second here, just dump this for a moment, dump that for a moment, dump that for a moment, dump that for a moment, and move the splitter over one. So like right there it's lined up, but if we move it over one, and reconnect that line back in. Don't reconnect that line just yet. Get rid of that. Put a beam there instead. And now, take this, dump that. So I need the coal to go down to the splitter down here, because I want to split the entire line and then distribute it. But if I'm understanding this right, this line is going to desaturate eventually. Now what does that mean? Well, when it desaturates, hold on one second, dudes. We're not going to be able to feed everything. We're not producing enough coal to do it. So we're going to need more coal eventually. But yeah, all right. So go in here, production, miner mark 2. This song's sad. Alright, so now I need a merger to merge it with the other ones. We just need to see if we can make this go by. I made that face so many times playing this game, just like, yeah, right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What up, Dave? How you doing, buddy? Now, like I said, this line will eventually desaturate. We're gonna, when my factory's up at like full production, it's not gonna, it ain't gonna hold. But we are gonna need a way to get more coal up here, so I'm just gonna leave that elevator where it is and we'll flip it. But for now, take this, right? Huh. Oh crap, which one is which? You just gonna leave that pillar like that? Which pillar? Copper is this one, right? That's copper. Iron is on the left. Yeah, okay, that's right. The pillar clipping through the coal. There. There. It's not. It's fine. It's a bumper sticker or something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Anarcho Apple. Thanks for 35 months. Still loving your content, mate. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. She's bent. This is good synthwave, man. That earlier spotted clipping into the belt surface of the wall too, though that could easily be a future EJ problem. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that, dude. I'm not worried about that at all. I mean, heck, we don't even need that there. I just put it there to look nice. Wicked. Now that's what I'm talking about. Just use it there, it's all good. Wow, we're gonna need more copper. We're not feeding copper anywhere near fast enough. Might need to make these Mark IV. Oh yeah, that's nice. Very good. Okay, we can dump this Mark IV belt. Yep, there we go. I have a question that might affect future in-game plans. Is there a way to filter a mixed belt? The smart splitter will do it. Yep. Gonna have this keep making steel beams for now. Nice. Then later we'll just get rid of this foundry and we'll send the line right up there and it'll merge into the splitting room. But I'm thinking copper might be the bottleneck now. I'm not sure, Megas. I'm wondering if we are actually saturating though. I mean, these belts will stop up eventually and then it'll saturate, but yeah. Oh. Well. That answers that question. Cool. Still producing steel though. Maybe it's because we didn't, saturate it all like super correctly or something. Who knows? Killer. You did pull like 400 copper out of the steel mills. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think we're okay. I have some deuterium ingots. Cool. Cool. Pissing me off that those belts were colliding into each other. Are you satisfied yet? I am actually pretty satisfied, yes. Hey, what do we got in here? Oh. I'll take that, thank you. Do you find it satisfactory? I find what we're doing here pretty satisfactory, yes. I am pretty satisfied with what's going on here. Let's just see if my copper line has an overclock, though, just out of curiosity. That's iron. Here's my copper. I've been pulling off one copper pretty much this entire time. Yep. Whoa, loud noises. What is that? Oh. Yeah, the F-18s. Yeah. What do you need steel for? What don't you need steel for, dude? You need it for building a lot of structures for what it's worth. Like, I forget off the top of my head what you're gonna need it for, but yeah, there's a lot. I need more encased. Yeah, you need steel pipe. You missed a belt near the lift. I'm out of encased anyway, it doesn't matter. I gotta go find more. I think I might have some out here, but I may have just used all of them. I've laid lots of pipe in this game, Rizik. Lots of pipe, man. Look at all of it, see? Isn't it great? Thank you. Yeah, dude, lots of pipe. Actually, laying... I mean this, but I don't mean this, but I do mean this. Laying pipe is actually one of my favorite things to do in the game. I love organizing. Damn it. It's one of my favorite things to do in the game, bro. Oops. It's alright. Alright, Dragon, see you, buddy. Just make sure you clean the pipes on the regular. Well, yeah, man. Yeah, that's all I can do for now. Is that hair gel? What? No. The thumbnail, because I was... Where was I in that? The thumbnail looks like a screenshot from Fallout, Jenny. You see that? What's over here? What did I put in these? We'll leave that. We'll leave that for later. We still have to figure out what we're gonna do with that damn sulfur line, but in good time. Really, Rizik? That's weird. Huh. Where's my elevator truss? Here we go. It's about to get really dark. Hey, where's my prefab? Concrete? I'm really out of concrete? Wow, that's weird. Okay. Your face is a prefab. You're afraid of the dark? What? Oh my god, the dark. There we go. It's okay, I got concrete now, so you don't have to be afraid of the dark anymore. You have no concrete evidence that you should be afraid of the dark. Well, but you're made out of concrete. Taradra said so. He hates you, or something. You hear that? Yeah. What a mean thing to say. Not Vaptory enough. That EJ boy, though. PU. Wait, what? You smell. You smell like a goat. You know, I put this here for the foundry because I thought we would need that, but we don't really need that, so you know what? We'll just leave it raised. I was thinking maybe get rid of it, but nah, it's fine. So, do I have I'm feeding steel on the lower. And I have that as copper, or iron, copper, steel. Alright, Rizik, see you, buddy. Alright, let's get the iron. Oh, balls. This needs to be one higher. Yeah, okay. Guys, I'm starting to get tired. We hook up the foundries. Foundries are all working. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be in that order. Blazing. It doesn't. Because it doesn't need to be like that because of, look, when everything comes through here, I'm actually going to have it spread out. And all the belts will probably be like on the ground right here. So like, one will feed like right there and like that. You know what I mean? So the idea is that they're all popping in and they all fan out. I thought it would look cool doing that. That's for a great idea. No. Yeah, so it really honestly doesn't make a difference. This should be redeemable. Really? Right in front of my OSHA handbook? You know what? Let's... Oh, Pythos, I hate you. Let's belt this out. I get it. Belt. I was about to say screw it, but no. Let's get her done. Screw it. Screw it for the screwing it up previous screws. You know what I mean? When will you learn? Welcome into Belt House. Ah. Come on. Nudge it into place. Yeah, I think that's actually a good idea. I just didn't think of it in time, dude. We are 3 tall right now. Why did I want to space the ingots? I probably, yeah, you know what? I probably did it to make it look right. Coal. I rerouted that coal up there. And then took away that, but we needed coal. We would need coal in there for the sulfur production. What thing? Mank, you alright? We are gonna need more coal input for the factory. whatever. That's not something we necessarily have to deal with right now. One, two, three, four, five, six, eight. Hang on. Don't you love it when you go to get the food under your nails and taste smell grease from having worked on a vehicle? Taste? Question mark? I prefer to leave grease untasted. Yeah, I mean, RBI, I don't know about you. I'm incessant about washing my hands after. I hate that, like, because I don't want to have grease all over my hands and then come in here and, like, ruin the keyboard or something. So, yeah, I mean, I get, yeah, once upon a time, yeah, but no, not recently, no. I don't do that. Yeah, that's not food. It's not food, my God. You know what, I'll just leave it here. You never know. We'll leave this extra space going into the factory. keep forgetting always that you can do this. Jeez, I was gonna say, how can I get the damn thing? No, that's Caterium. There. Still hard for me to absorb that you make money doing this. If you're good at something, never do it for free? Question mark. I can breathe pretty well. Who's gonna pay me? Wait, where's my aluminum ingots? We're not producing any alley scrap. Why? Oh boy. I can't get up there. And it's playing sad music and I don't like it. Yeah, that's my gas blazing. The water tank is full. Is the bauxite train okay? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's going outbound right now.
Discovery, going
Hey
throttle.
RJ, what's up, dude? 68-month resub. What's going on, buddy? Water packager so you can sink water. We're gonna have to. We don't really have a choice, dude. But the packager is gonna need no coal feed? No coal feed? No. No, she's good. Yeah, it's just the damn tank. That water tank fills up and it saturates the system and the system shuts off. Look at all that. Jeez. What the frick? Damn, man. Hospital? No, no, no. We're good. We're good. We're good. Wet concrete blazing? Yeah. I'm trying to think. So, like, with a packager, for instance, we can make packaged water, right? Right, we're gonna need that. I got a weird idea, dudes. All right, let's try something. Let's try something real quick. So, we don't need that. So, let's... All right, we're going to need a constructor, right? We need a constructor, and that constructor needs to be making packages, right? If I feed that constructor into a merger, right? Just a perpetual merger right here. Right? If we package up the water, oh, we're gonna sink it. Damn. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Never mind. It's a good thought. I was gonna say it'll unpackage the water, but it won't. No, the right thing to do would be to reverse the flow out of pipe 7. That one right there. Because that valve should be off, if I'm looking at that right. Yeah. We should make the water go down back pipe 7 and recirculate a bit further down the line. Or we could impinge flow here. If we impinge the flow here, the recirculator water will get there before anything else. God, I love putting control valves in. And that'll make it so it supplies from here before it supplies from anywhere else. What's the pressure behind this thing? Actually, you know what? Set this to 50. And we're not done. This is number 50. You love it when I'm able to say impinge. Impingement. Alright, that should actually solve that problem for now. But, guys, that's gonna do it for me. Let's save here. We got the belts fed in. And we'll stop. That was fun. Little after hours satisfactory. Yeah. What do you want to do tomorrow? Do we have a rocket launch to check out tomorrow? I think I might want to keep going with Star Raker. Derail? No launches tomorrow. You should supercharge the Mustang. Agreed. Number 50, restricted water flow. Oh boy. Alright guys, let's see who's still streaming. Anybody out and about? Dude, Italix is playing Fallout 1. Oh, yeah, I'm going to watch this. That's what I'm falling asleep to. Let's get an Italix raid going. Fallout 1, dude. What a great game. Alright, guys, we have to do FEV raid. Actually, no. I don't know if he's ever played it before. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's spoilers. Don't do that. I don't know if he's ever played it before. Don't say that. But anyway, let's go see what he's up to. Just say regular EJ raid. Don't spoil anything. I don't know if he's played it before or not, so we'll go see what he's up to. Guys, thanks very much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. Thanks. Have a good night.